Yeah, my pop out chat. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna admit it. I was really pissed off at the end of last stream. So I want to say first and foremost sorry to anybody who had to witness that. I was really pissed. So hey Ahmed, hey Zelda. So now I'm less pissed. But the reason why I was pissed was because this wasn't aligned. And so the tricky thing about this is that it can't be aligned. What happened at the end of last stream? So I coded this thing so that now we can change the parameters in real time. That we're gonna be talking about that today, but so that we can change the parameters in real time so that the noise changes at real time. However, when we change the frequency to something more than 0.001-ish, it just breaks everything. So I was pissed off because I thought that was fully we would be able to avoid that, but it turns out that we're not able to avoid that. So it's actually there was no reason for me to be pissed off. It was just so let's just take a look here. So if I change this, so we'll start to change a bit. However, it looks like it's all okay, but it's not really. It's kind of, the collision is kind of rough. Now you may be asking, why is the collision rough? Well, the collision is rough because we are undersampling the texture, the noise texture. We're undersampling it, meaning that it's subvoxel, the issues that we're getting. So there's no real solution to this other than just don't put the frequency to something shitty, and then it'll all work fine. So it's really on the user to not put the frequency to something like this. But yeah, there's nothing I can do about it because the noise texture simply can't be sampled at that resolution. So that's all I was pissed about. So there's no reason for me to crash out because it's not my code's fault. It's just, you know, whatever. Installed Ubuntu today and without a flash drive. How do you have a disk? What? I streamed for 46 minutes, said nothing, and then ended stream because no one was joining. Yeah, it's kind of like one of those things where you have to be if I shut up for even, like, you know, 20 seconds, people start leaving. So you kind of have to keep fucking talking all the time. That's kind of the rough part about it. Anyway, so it's cool. Now you can do like all of this stuff and then just like change shit and get it all wonky and shit. I'm gonna put this like 5. And then press O to get, yeah. Anyway, so that's cool. So we are literally shaping the planet with our mind and shit. However, it's slow. So we need to fix the fact that it's slow. And the first thing that we have to do is we have to hash. We have to do some hashing. And doing some hashing is surprisingly difficult. So, shit. What the fuck is source hut? Damn. You fucked that one up bad. You fucked that one up bad. Anyway, I'm just jumping around. Shit kind of reminds me of the Shire. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of gives me Shire vibes. The terrain here. Anyway, so I did a bunch of profiling, and so here's our profiling, right? So our frame time is 12 milliseconds, which you saw Mulholland Drive. Wow, yeah. I thought that it would be right up your alley since it's like, you know, gay and all. It's all lesbian. But yeah. It's pretty awesome, huh? One of my favorite films. My sister did like it, but yeah. I've seen that a billion times, like a quadrillion times. It is a really good movie. Want to talk about it? What do you think about Naomi Watts as Diane? Great performance, right? Really great performance. Super good. One of the best. Also, I feel like Adam, during the first like half of the film, is my spirit animal. That guy is me. It's like golf clubs to cars. Just doesn't give a fuck. Having a really bad day all the time. That guy is me. That guy is me. Anyway, it's often called a dream factory. You know, the discourse, the artistic, analytical discourse surrounding Lynch's artwork, you know. So it was similar to that autism factory that you were talking about, except less autism and more Hollywood. Do you think if she never found out of that blue key, she would keep living the dream and rot into eternity? No. That's a good question. I think that the blue key was probably in her house already, and she was dreaming about the blue key to get rid of the fact that she fucking, spoiler alert, did the deed, you know? Yeah. That last scene is pretty good. Pretty sad movie. Man, it's so good when the third act hits and you see her face and she's just all fucking, just the terror in her eyes, you know, like she plays it so well. Anyway, yeah, our mesh is 8 milliseconds, so that's a large amount of time. So 8 milliseconds is quite a lot. Have I watched The Killing of a Sacred Deer? I have not. Should I watch it? I'm gonna be honest, I really suck at watching things that people tell me to watch. I will watch them eventually, is the thing. But am I gonna watch it right now? No. You can spoil anything. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I do not care. It's cold as shit out today. It was like 80 degrees last night, and now it's like 40. You give Mother Nature some fucking lithium or something, Jesus. So this is bad. So we need a UT hash it. Okay, so what happened is that YouTube auto modded your message. So there's this doctor guy and he kills someone during surgery. Okay, so you can't say the word kills apparently. Got it. Got it. But I got it. I read it. The kid tells the doctor guy that now because he killed the guy during surgery, his family is now cursed. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense. How do I remove a hash? How do I hash del? Okay. And we need a pointer to the user. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I feel like I'm gonna fuck this up real bad. So to kill one of his family members to balance it out, and he hesitates a lot, and his kids get wheelchair bound and their eyes start bleeding and their ears start bleeding, and he puts bags over everyone's head, spins them in a circle with a gun. Okay, sounds like sinister. And then he shoots randomly. Wow, that's sad. I did not think that that was the plot of that movie. Damn. So really the kid was the sacred deer in the end. So why were you telling me that? You just wanted to tell me that? That's cool. Alright, so we got a hash del, hash add. So we're doing a structure key. We put the key at the top. And then we just hash add the key, the size of the key, R to the hash. What is the init hash? I don't remember how I did this. How do I do init hash? Hash add? I just do hash add, hash del, hash iter, hash find. Okay, but where do I init the hash? How do I init the hash? A complete example. Why are there all these different functions, bro? Just put it in one function. Why is it a switch case? Oh no. Dude, just init the hash, you fucking freak. You fucking freak, just init the hash. Okay, maybe you don't have an init hash. Maybe we don't have an init hash. Maybe you just add it and then del it. Farmer Del. You just want to yap? Yeah, that's cool. The name is from Greek mythology. The sacred deer thing? Artemis 2 is wrapping around the moon in like an hour. Yeah, I saw that. That was what was happening. I was watching them talk about fucking PCB or some shit. They were using all these terms that I don't know about because I'm not an astronaut. Okay, so I think we just hash add it. I don't think that it's that serious. I really don't think it's that serious. We don't need a hash sort. That's something that we don't need to do. The thing is, so when we add an item to the hash, we need what is What is users? Hash table. Name of the key field. Here is ID. And S is the pointer. Okay, but do I need a separate hash table for this? I think I do. I think that that's the tricky part here, is that we need another hash table. Hello, Cheese. Christina Cog is the first. Try that again. Koch. First, Space Plumber. Yeah. I did see the interview with them, and she was talking about how she did the toilet thing. Would I recommend you learning C? I would always recommend anybody learn C. C is the best. And I'm not talking about water. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. I'm just trying to figure out how to hash this shit, bro. Like, this is crazy. I can look at my other code that did this for the A-star thing. I'm not gonna lie, that code, don't know how I did it. I think it was just like me copying code from half GitHub, half ChatGPT, and then it just worked. Not gonna lie, the A-star shit, I had no clue how the fuck to do it. I spent like 2 days just like fucking just like trying everything out, and then eventually it worked, and I had no clue how it worked. So that was pretty awesome. You made a comic? It's pretty unfunny. That's pretty scary that you wrote something about me. Does it paint me in a bad light? So what is the HH in the case? UT hash handle HH to records. And what is records? Records equals null. Okay, so we just set a pointer to 0. And it does it automatically. It probably just like vectorizes it. Okay. So we need a separate table. We need a separate table that has indices into our chunk data. Yes. This is going to get more complicated. You die at the end. Do you want the link? Well, you can't send the link in here because YouTube's going to take it. But you can send me the link, yeah. I will, I'll take a look at it. I'm glad that you find me important enough to write a piece of artwork about me. That's kind of incredible. Wow. I appreciate that. Yeah. I can't think of many people that I would write a comic book about, but maybe that's just me personally. So I think we put records to null. We put this thing to null. We fill it up. We put inside of here the chunk ID and the LOD, and then we just put the X, Y, and Z in the key. Hash it every time we have a new one. Delete it every time we free. And then we all end up happy. Yes. I have a feeling this is going to go horribly wrong. Okay. Woo! Alright, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Enough talking about it. Let's fucking figure it out. Okay. This is uthash.h. I hate hashing, but it will save us 6 milliseconds at runtime. You put it in journal. Okay. Let's take a look. I'll watch it. I'll see my reaction on stream. Damn, you have your own website? That's awesome. NeoCities. Sick. Oh, Brony. That's cool. Cheese looks like a piece of a dice. C1 dice. Mite and cheese. I die. What the hell? What killed me? I killed the bug, and then it was tied to my consciousness, and so I died. That's crazy. That is crazy. I was never like an official brony, but my sister used to watch My Little Pony and I used to watch it with her. So, I think My Little Pony is kind of based though, to be honest. It's kind of a good show. Like, you know, would I like watch it right now? Probably not, but I don't know. It's pretty good. Like, actually, like well written, which is strange for like a kids show, to be honest. It's a strangely well written kids show. And it's also like a very good slice of life show. It's bad when you get to those people. Are you talking about like other bronies or whatever? Dust mites eat cheese? Do they really eat cheese? That was pretty cool. That was pretty sick. I did really enjoy that. I used to draw like comics like that, you know, when I was. I don't want like I'm trying not to sound like a dick. I'm not being a dick here, but I used to draw comics like that when I was younger, you know? Like when I was that reminded me of like all the stuff that I have like notebooks and notebooks of like when I was a kid, and I would do like Spider-Man, and I would draw like Spider-Man saving the day and stuff. I also had like comics that I would draw about like robots. I had like different robot superheroes and like a whole series about it. You have a 5-step process? Tell me about it. We need a struct for chunk. Not chunk data. We already have that. Chunk hash. And the chunk hash will need to store the chunk key as its first member, and then it will need the LOD and the ID, and then it will need the UT hash what was the name of it? UT hash handle HH. Yes. How could I forget? Yes. You're drawing everything in Krita? To web via GoScript. Understood. I have a C compiler. I was working on Windows, but no, when I installed the Ubuntu, will it work? If it's the same, well, I don't know, actually. It depends on the internals of your compiler. It's your compiler, right, that you were working on? Yeah, I'm not really sure, actually. It depends on what's inside of it. but it depends on like how much. Probably will work. It depends on what the operations and architecture that like your internals are working on. It's GCC and G++. Oh, you're talking about. Oh, I thought that you were making a compiler. No. Yeah, GCC was gonna work fine. Yeah, GCC and G++. Yeah, absolutely work fine. And run a Go script that adds everything to the main page. So yeah, a lot of Go. I like Go. That's a lot of stuff though. You can't just like upload the photos. Like I don't know. You have a Discord bot, and then you basically git push it from Discord. That's psychopathic. That is insane. That is insane. That is. I've never seen someone write something so insane so casually. You're not joking about that, right? You're not joking about that, right? So basically, that's what it is, based on what I read. That's what we have to do. That's basically what we have to do. Based on what I read, that's basically it. We gotta put this, though. We gotta put this above the freeing stuff because we gotta free it in here. So, like, when we go to free anything, we also have to free hash. Hash del. And we need to del the pointer that we find via hash find. Yes. We need to hash find it to delete it. P is the pointer, so we need to find chunk hash pointer P null hash find. Oh god, this is gonna get fucking complicated. All it does is there a 1 in a billion chance every frame to play an insanely loud screeching and crash your PC? No. In my game engine, there was briefly. I do remember the funniest stream was fixing the bug that literally when you launch the game engine, the entire computer just hung and crashed. That was a really funny bug. That stream was hilarious because there was like 3 times during the stream where I thought that I fixed the bug and then I just like pressed compile and then it just instantly shut off the stream and I would come back like 10 minutes later. That was funny. Yeah, the bug was, I think that it was an all-time bug. It was within the light map binary reading thing. There was an array inside of that was going out of bounds because I had put it into uint8t, but then it overflowed, and so it was reading, instead of 200 bytes, it was reading something like 3 trillion bytes. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't break my computer with that. But yeah, that was funny. That was a good one. That was an all-time bug. Why didn't I rewrite it in Rust for more memory safety? The funny thing about Rust is that they don't even know how to read binary files. That's not in their standard library, I think. Like, I literally had to get like a fucking stupid crate so that I could read binary files. Like, how stupid is that? That's one of the things that I hate about Rust. I don't know. Like, why is that not just in the standard library? Like, what? Oh, because binary is unsafe. Oh my god. Oh, Dad, you're so overbearing. Okay, hold on. I'm having too much fun. I need to figure this shit out. So HH is the handle. Okay, but what is HH? What is the UT hash handle? The hash handle. The hash handle field must be present. Is used for internal bookkeeping. It can be named anything. Okay, but what is the... makes this structure hashable? Okay, but when I find a handle... Is HH just a global? I guess so. I guess so. Alright, so let's just set it to a global, I guess. Because they're using it here. Okay. Alright. We're learning how to use UT hash today. That's what we're doing. DWM somehow works fine and doesn't break everything. How does the tiling window manager break everything? For me, i3 is just so free. Why did I just say it like that? So free? Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Am I a kid? UT hash handle HH equals let's see. Init UT hash handle. UT hash. Let's see what the AI overview says. No manual. Okay, so I was right, and we don't need to do anything with it. I was completely right. Okay, so you just have to put that there so that it's nice and pretty. What the other thing that we have to do when we are finding an item. This one doesn't give us the boilerplate. We need to come down here. So we are putting in the hash table, which is the... I did not. What's the line from the room? I did not check out Waterfox. I thought about it though. I did think about it. Let me look it up right now. I did think about it. Open source web browser. I probably should use this. I probably should use this. I was thinking about using Ladybird, but yeah. I tried to build Ladybird, but it sucks. Or it ran very poorly on my machine. This looks cool. This looks very cool. I did already kind of rice the fuck out of my Firefox, or at least I think I did. I thought I did. I used to. Maybe it's only on Sway, but I had like a JavaScript thing. Maybe it went away when I updated, but it used to have up here no bar until you go up here, until you put the mouse and then it drops down, because I hate the fucking bars. I know you're a big fan of bars, but the fuck is florp? What is florp? Florp browser. What? Oh, that looks nice. Yeah, I hate regular browsers because it's like, why do we have a bar at the top of our screen that just tells us what the name of our website is? Like I don't know. I don't need that information all the time taking up real estate. What did I mean by get rid of the bars? You have bars at the top and the bottom of your screen taking up space. Like, do you really need icons down here to tell you what you have installed in your machine? You just go mod d blah 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 blah. Like, why do you have icons? That's a Windows thing. And you have bars up here too to tell you that you're in a terminal. Like, you had a bar up here that's just the ghosty bar. You were on Cinnamon? Oh, that wasn't your DWM. I was like, I thought that was your tiling window manager had bars for whatever reason. It's like, that's the one thing about Linux that I love, is the fact that you can get rid of the bars. I'm not a bar fan. I like drinking alone. Thank you very much. Add L key. Okay, so now we gotta find the key. So we gotta make a chunk hash, a chunk key equals so we need the chunk data X, Y, and Z. So let's get the vec3 center equals the LODI dot center, and now we need to round all of it, and then we need a round f center dot x. Yeah, I have it on the bottom too. The thing that I like about i3 is that it's like super small and non-intrusive. In Sway, it's a little bit, the Sway bar is a little bit bigger, and I'm just kind of mad about it, but I like the fact that on i3 it's literally like a couple of pixels, you know. I love having the whole monitor is just the code, so that it's just not a lot of stuff that I don't need to know about. If you want small and non-intrusive, yeah, maybe I'll try it out. Does it have to have, does it come no compositor like i3? Because that's the thing that I don't like about Sway, is that it loves its handmade fucking compositor that's just bad. Well, it's not bad, it just sucks with NVIDIA, which is annoying. Okay, so that's the key. And then it's a size of chunk hash and your send p. And now if I did all that right, then inside of p should have the hash pointer that we can then say that we want to delete p. Do I have to go HHP? I don't know why. Oh, you have to do the hash table p. Okay. And when it comes to no compositor, okay, good. There's a variant called flexipatch, or instead of manual editing patches, you just flip a toggle on a separate file. That's interesting. I have no clue what that really means. Like, you don't have a button that just like restarts your configuration? Like on i3, it's just like mod shift R or mod shift E or something like that, or mod shift C, I think. Or maybe I'm just misunderstanding it. Okay, so this is it. So all we need to delete it is we just need a delete chunk hash, and all we need to take in is a vec3 center to do all of this. Nice. So now we'll just call delete chunk hash on the center, and we can just get rid of all of that. No, you recompile the source C code to change anything. That kind of sounds like a pain in the ass, I'm not gonna lie. DWM comes with no defaults. I see. Wow, that's kind of a pain in the ass, I'm not gonna lie. I love the fact, I'm not like a huge customization guy. I love the fact that i3 just comes and it just kind of works. It's sudo make clean installed pretty fast. I mean, I guess so, but it's nowhere near as fast as just doing this. That just restarted my entire thing. Just mod shift R, which is really fast. But I don't know. That's the thing that I love about i3 is that it just comes with good defaults out of the box. But I mean, I probably would like DWM, but it would probably take me a while to set it up, I guess. You're set for eternity? Eternity is a long time. I haven't been listening to the music, by the way. I've been cheating. I wasn't listening. I can install your config? Yeah, send me your config. I'll steal it and work off of it. Maybe I'll give this a shot, actually. Try it out for a little bit. I used i3 just because it's the most performance thing. I think i3 is just super fast, and so that's why I like it. It's because I have a shit computer and I need every little bit of performance out of it. But it sounds like DWM would be pretty fast if it's all C code. So you know C. See, look at that. You know C. If you're doing that, then you know C.
Looking for tax help? Now there are TurboTax experts right in your neighborhood. They get to know your unique situation and get you every dollar.
It's Flexipatch though. I don't know if I need any apps. The only thing that I use on this computer is GCC, Firefox, Helix. Yeah, that's it. So I don't have I have OBS. I have FFmpeg. I have a billion libraries and stuff, but no, I don't actually. Think I need Dunst. The hell is Dunst? Thanks for being my only chat member in these trying times. I don't know what I would do without you. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah. I don't have Dunst. No. I got rid of it specifically because it was pissing me off. When I had Spotify on this computer, it would just like pop all the time. Like, I don't need to know what song is currently on, to be honest. I could just like swap to the workspace that has that information. But yeah, I find that stuff pretty intrusive to my thoughts. Okay, so we don't need to init. We don't need to init. So whenever we're freeing, we have this. So we have that, yeah. How do I change hash though? Do I just delete the old one and then create a new one? I can't change it, right? Replace item. That's what we're talking about. Hash replace. Hash replace macros are equivalent to hash add. Okay. All right, that's fine. I'm fine. It's up and down with the streaming stuff, you know. Sometimes a lot of people, sometimes no people. That's how it goes. Okay, so UT hash is wonderful, and that's what we're doing today. Okay, so it's gonna be this. It's gotta be the same thing. We're gonna make a chunk key. We have to hash replace. So it needs the field name and the replaced, the add. Okay. So it's similar to hash add. HH head field name. Did I have replace here? Okay, but okay, so it's okay, let's take a look here. You can replace pointer, but that's not really what you want, I don't think. Item pointer, replaced item pointer. So do you have to search first? What is key field name? That's in hash add too. Keylen item pointer. Okay, so all it is this replaced item pointer. Okay. Wait, so it's a pointer to an item, not a... Oh, okay. So maybe that does... Okay, so maybe we need to make a new... r.key equals k. Okay, so that's that. We have filled out r now. r.hh equals hh. And now our hash replace will take an HH. The head. Okay, so let's go to hash add then. I hate how all of these have hash add int. Like, no one is going to have just one integer to be a hash. Why is this the example? Please give me like the actual thing. Oh, so do we actually need to malloc this? Oh, maybe we need to malloc these. Yeah, I think we might need to malloc these. I don't know how to clean up the memory later though. I feel like we're just gonna have a memory leak here, so that's not really like what I'm not that excited about that, to be completely honest with you. I feel like we're just gonna have a memory leak now. And so okay, so this is, oh, so that's the name of the field. Got it. And here you're actually using the thing that you're searching for. Got it. And the size of is actually the key. And so this is also needs to be changed. Okay, so now we just need R, which is what we're adding, and but then how do I replace? Replace the item pointer. Oh, for if they find a replacement. So this would be we're gonna call this A for add. Okay, so we also need a free. What was the... Should I use UT hash malloc? Or is that... Let's see. What do they do? Customizing malloc. Oh, so... Okay, so they do this is just the same thing as malloc, so it's the same exact thing.
With the latest Galaxy from
This
Samsung,
doesn't matter.
you can swipe a whole new look. Get the new Samsung Galaxy S.
I don't want a new phone. My phone works fine. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna delete R. I don't know if R gets ultimately deleted when we call replace. There's no way for me to actually know that because they don't really. Oh, so we don't need to delete it, we just free it in this case. We also want to log if Alright, so the addition is going to be very much the same. I think I'm coming down with like a fever or something. Very uncomfortable. Okay, so now we have some helper functions to try and we also want to find so let's just do a above all of this, let's just get a find. We're just going to find by center. What am I doing? I wish that these macros actually had LSP so that I could know what they're doing. Okay, so that will find us our chunk. Okay. So the whole reason for this is for this, so that we can stop iterating this. The problem is that we only want parents, so Yeah, this is going to be non-trivial actually, but so we're gonna find chunk pause, and then if H, then we continue here. If H LOD is LOD level, then we will set already done equals true. Else we have a new one, and so we do the updating LOD level. All right, fantastic. That's a lot easier than nested looping through all of this, so that's really nice. I don't know if that's always going to be working, so this is going to be a bit difficult, I think. It's definitely not going to be trivial. Because we need only one for each single chunk, and obviously we have two different chunk datas for different LOD levels, so definitely not very trivial. So in this case, is child equals true for this one, so is child equals false, so this is the parent. So we want this one to be what we, so we're gonna chunk, we want to replace chunk hash with that. The center at LOD and with K as the ID to have the parent. So we only want to be adding the parent. Always, always, always. So in this case, this is the parent, which is confusing because it has child there, but this is the parent. It's guaranteed to be the parent. So this is actually the parent, even though it's named child. And we always want to replace chunk hash just to make sure that we're going fine. We always want to do one here for K. This is LOD. Okay. So that's actually all the places that we have. I have no clue how to figure out if we have a memory leak though, because I feel like that's very easy for us to have here. Usually I don't end up with, you know, with memory leaks in my programs, but in this specific case, it seems very possible. especially if yeah. I wish there was a way for me to query it. Also, I think that this is fine, right? I can just send that to null and I don't have to allocate pointer, double pointer. Right? Alright, I mean, we're not gonna know until we run it, but chances of my computer crashing, pretty high, I guess. But I'm not gonna know until I do it. Wow, yeah, the algorithm is really against me lately. I don't know, maybe it's me, I'm like less entertaining. I don't, like, fuck if I know. It's whatever. It comes and goes. Kind of, I don't know. Sort of bummed out about the whole Lenia video thing. I expected to kind of be pleasantly surprised with it, but then it kind of, you know, I don't know. Okay. Okay. Surprisingly, haven't. Surprisingly, seems to be working. Now, it's still slow as balls, but surprisingly seems to be fine. Ish. Big loop is now down to 3. Execute went up though. Mesh is still at 5, but it went down from like 8. So we lost like 3 milliseconds, but we gained some on execute, which is interesting. Hey Zelda. We gained some on execute, so... Huh. Okay, so it worked. It did work. But... yeah. So this is still high. I'm surprised that this went up, actually, in... yeah. Sometimes it's actually low, but then it gets high. Depending on which frame. Yeah, sometimes big loop is actually at 1. Yeah, and then it goes to 3. Depending on the frame. Hypodermic needle, I'm not sure what hypodermic actually means. Is that like under the skin, technically? Like if we're talking like etymology type of thing here? It's like, this was 6 actually, here.
Kroger always gives you more ways to save, like low prices in every aisle, plus
Kroger always gives you more ways to save.
Params in the app, and earn fuel points to save up to $1.
Yeah. Okay, well, looking at these numbers, collision is very high, so we can probably do with still bringing that down a bit. In the department of this, I mean, this is 50, but it is 8 times 50, which is kind of high. We could technically, since we have 8, we could technically do... Do you think that you could pragma that? Maybe? You definitely multi-thread this. Do I even... Isn't it like, isn't it that you have to compile with? What is ST? Saint? Saint is pretty awesome. Like Saint Valentine. Simple terminal. That's cool. Okay, well, it compiled. Oh, so that's their design philosophy, is recompile C code, change it. I can get behind that. I can definitely get behind it. Okay, so here's my take. Here's my take. I want to try this again. Here's my take. We do this and then we pragma loop it instead. How do you, what's the name here? What's the thing? A pragma 4 in something parallel? How do you do this again? I'm a P thread guy myself. What's the fucking thing? OMP parallel 4. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. There we go. So let's see with that if we are thread safe. Oh, but this is not gonna. Oh, that's not thread safe. No, yeah, you can't just do that. This is a race condition, brother. So race condition, brother. What you want to do is you want to have 8 of these, and you want to initialize them all to start. The philosophy is in as little lines as possible. Yeah, that does sound like something that I can get behind, to be honest. I'm like not the biggest fan of taking 20 million years to update my fucking computer. Half of the reason I don't ever check Discord is because it takes me 20 fucking years to open it when I have to SYU. So that's definitely a thing for me. So we're just gonna go by step J instead. Okay.
I wanted a trip I'd never forget. And it was everything. Dishes I'd never tasted before.
We're just gonna go based on the first one. So it found surface.
Flowers everywhere. The air was full of color. Every element.
Have I ever considered being a real programmer and coding in ED? What are you talking about? Wait, what? Being a real programmer? What? Why are you mean? Why are you being mean? Wait, what? What? What is Ed? What is Ed? Actually, we could just do it from here. Like, we don't even need to do any of that. We could just do this. Just do this and then return false otherwise. Maybe returning out early out of this is dangerous though. I'm not entirely sure. Like, that might actually crash the computer. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. That's probably not good. Let's just loop through it afterwards. After the loop is done. It's a code editor? What the fuck is that, dude? I've never heard of that. No, but this is... maybe we'll just keep it this way for now. Maybe we just keep it this way for now. Alright, let's try it. Multi-threading the collision code. Crazy dustmite. What a crazy dustmite. Crazy ass dustmite. What is ED? Erectile dysfunction. Backle? What is backle? Okay, so as far as I can tell, this works completely fine. Okay, well... Oh, wait, we're rendering two things on top of each other. Uh-oh. I think the collision works fine. It's just we're rendering two things on top of each other. We're rendering both child and parents on top of each other. That's some naughty words. Dude, it's just like what came to mind when you type ED. I don't know. What? I'm not allowed to... I'm allowed to say whatever I want. I'm the streamer or whatever. Whatever. Okay, I have no clue how to test if it's working or not, but what I do know is that we are not drawing properly. Oh, I wasn't continuing on children. That's why. Oh, well that would do it. That would definitely do it. Drawing both parents and children. Okay, so the chunk hash seems to be working. It just didn't do as much as I wanted with it, to be honest. Like it didn't really like do the most amazing thing in the world. I think what I might do is I might just like do the min and the max over here before we even do any dis to center stuff, and then just check in frustum, and if not within frustum, just continue. I am very proud. I think everybody should write C all the time. There's no reason to not write C. That's my argument. That is my argument. Now execute is slow, which is worrisome. I don't know how to make it not slow without breaking things. That's the problem. Alright, hey, what's up? What tiling layout do I have? I'm not sure. On Sway I have like it more rightsed out or whatever, but for this it's just literally this. Like it's just this, and then I just like manually drag whenever I need to. I don't really have anything serious. Of course you can stack and stuff. But yeah, it's not anything crazy. Somebody was telling me about this other window manager that like you can like drag or whatever, and it's like got like a scroll bar so that there's like a ton that you can go master stack. What does that entail? That sounds interesting. I wonder why this is slow. I wonder why it's slow. Like it's slow on things where we don't emit anything. We didn't emit a single mesh there. And it was still slow. Maybe get rid of all of these other arrays that we have that are just like not doing anything. You have to go back to school? Oh no. Yeah, my sister went to school today, I think, is her first day back. That's Neri? Interesting. Yeah, I saw Neri or whatever, and I thought like, wow, this is probably slow as fuck. Master stack is one window is master on the left, and windows are open in a stack on the right, and the left stays the same size. That kind of would make a lot of sense. I think maybe that is kind of what I have. I don't know how to not make it stack once it starts stacking. I forget how to do that. But I think that's kind of what, like, all my stuff opens on the left, on the right. Like it never opens on the left. So maybe that's what I have. To be honest, it's fine. Like I don't really use it that much, really. I don't know how to make it not stack. This is tabs. And that's... What's the... I don't know how to do it other than this. But then does it still stack? Nah, yeah, it goes back to tabs. So I forget the thing. This is cool. The resize thing is cool. I like the thing in Sway where you can like do floating windows really easy. The windows would stack and not just split in half. Oh, I see. Artemis 2 is almost there. Yeah, I wonder how much we're gonna be able to see. I'll look at it later. I wonder how much we're gonna be able to see of it going around. I wonder when it's gonna cut off.
You hear it before you see us. Click.
Dude, I was talking to my dad about it. I was like, man, I would give anything. I would, like, if I knew that I would die, I would still go to space, I think. Like, it's like the best view, you know, known to man. It's kind of like pictures don't do it justice, you know? It's truly like something else, you know? I get my ashes thrown into space. That's pretty metal, yeah. I get, oh, it's replacement. So it doesn't make new meshes, it's replacements. Oh, but it still would make new meshes. It still would create new meshes. It always creates new meshes. I want to know. What the fuck is 67p? Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing with like species on Earth, like biological names of like whatever they call them, genus and stuff. I don't know, man. Apparently, once you like know about how they name things, it makes sense. Like this guy that I watch on YouTube, this botanist guy, you know, he loves the etymology names of everything because he like understands like what family and genus actually mean and stuff. So, well, that's not good. Yeah, what the fuck did I do? What? What? It was this that broke it? Really? What's the difference between the heap and the stack? Well, the heap is where we allocate memory with like malloc and shit. It's slower than the stack, but applications can have a lot of heap memory. Stack, like you can think of Stack Overflow, like the website. It's called Stack Overflow because it's relatively easy to overflow your stack because there's limited memory, right? The stack is ordered memory, right? So you can think of it kind of in the sense of a vector where you're pushing it onto the top. However, referencing things on the stack is very, very fast. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Stack is way faster than heap, but obviously everything needs to be scoped, right? So when you allocate something on the stack, it's like int a equals 0, right? Like this is now stack memory, right? But you know, it's scoped. That's why I write everything in malbog. What is malbog? What is malbog? Malloc? You've got interesting fingers to be able to not spell things. How the fuck did you spell Churumanov Gerasimenko, but then you couldn't spell stack? Okay, so why does not within frustum continue break everything? That's what I have to question here. Oh, because I didn't do this. Took like 4 years to write Hello World. It's a language where the code just scatters and changes itself. How do you know about all this random shit? You know so much about like this random shit. It's just like I've never heard of. I've never heard of most of the things that you've told me. So now I wanted to get rid of these, and I wanted to add a thing that just tells us what job we're executing. Could be vaping formaldehyde, which is named for taxidermy. For being neurodivergent. Yeah, I mean, you might be like me and even get a fucking stimulant prescription out of it. Just joking. ADHD is actually a pain in the ass, but yeah. I have this theory that like 90% of programmers are just ADHD, to be honest. I think it's a very ADHD thing. But yeah. Dude, yeah. The fucking... What is the algorithm the past 3 days, dude? It's literally just you and me talking. The earth is a banana? I don't think it's shaped like that. Bananas are great though. Bananas are pretty good. Oh, this is like a little lake here. I like it. I like it. Okay, so we actually only get through job when we are creating a new mesh. Okay, so what I think is happening is that we're looping through everything. Even though it's never going to be above the score. Or something like that. Okay, so then we should keep track of the lowest freeze score and automatically get rid of jobs that are less than that score. Yeah. So let's just have a... Trans masked men can wall hop and all trans femme women can double jump. epic. That is epic. I guess I don't have any superpowers then. That fucking sucks, to be honest. Okay, let's try that. Wow, big loop went down to 1 once I just moved the frustum check up. Wow. Wow. By the way, this big loop came down from 7 today. It started at 7 and now it's 1. Hashing is epic. Hashing is very epic. I'm a big fan of the hashing. Big fan. What the fuck was that? Yep. Oh, wait. Nope. Execute 1.7. Sometimes it's 0 though, completely. It's only 1.7, I'm guessing, when we actually create a mesh now. What do I drink every stream? Oh, just coffee. Just coffee. I have water in a mug that I also drink sometimes. But yeah, just coffee usually. Coffee is another name for Java. No, Java took coffee and ruined it. So that's totally, you got that backwards. You got that backwards. You got that backwards, dude. It's not. It's like a German. It's a German Stein. That's how they drink beer, you know. So that's what they put. I drink coffee that's little spoons, 2 spoons. Half water, half milk. That's what do you mean water? That's not coffee then. If it's water, I also do 2 spoons of sugar. I do 2 spoons of sugar myself. All right, let's clean up the code. What do you think about that? Let's clean up the code. Let's be responsible programmers and clean up the code. What do you think about that? Let's clean up the code. The 0 list didn't work. But yeah, let's just clean up the code. Get rid of the code. Get rid of the fucking code. Yeah, but I put in instant coffee. Instant coffee is so crazy that's like normal. What? That is not right. That is fucked up. That is fucked up. I'm a no, yeah, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nope. No, 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 no. Nope, 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 nope. That might be the funniest thing you've ever said. I'm writing a book, it's going like genuinely horrible. That's so funny. I don't have a machine because my mom doesn't like the taste of machine coffee. She prefers instant coffee to machine coffee. Have you introduced her to a French press by chance? Instant coffee is crazy. That's genuinely fucking nuts. This still goes up to 1 when we create a mesh. So this still goes up to that amount. But I'm wondering how much of that is actually create planet mesh. Maybe we should try just add new chunk hash. Add chunk hash. Technically, it shouldn't need to be replaced. Oh, actually. Nah, yeah. Nah, yeah. I can't decide between coding in Eclipse or coding in IntelliJ. I feel like the answer is always Helix, but that's your own prerogative, you know? That is your own prerogative. So this collectively is about 3 or 4 milliseconds, and then that. So we are at 60 FPS now, except for fucked up frames like this. Big loop can still come down lower is the thing. Because we don't have to loop over the entire thing. We could just loop over the viewing frustum, but it'd be hard to calculate that for sure. Hey, Land of Cash. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to optimize next. Yeah, this can come down lower. Collision can also come down lower, I think. I think that this needs to come down lower because I want to push it further. So I think in knowing that I want to push it forward, it does need to come down. I think the full queue sort isn't necessary as well. I think the sorting thing is probably a bit hefty. It's hard though. Like, I already only push if it's within frustum. I already push if it's within frustum. Reason why I'm getting rid of that is because we already have that check up here. This nested loop is expensive. I mean, how would I even figure out the span of the camera frustum in integers? I don't know how to calculate that. Probably take the planes and then find the minimum amount of each axis and the maximum of each axis, and then just iterate over that instead. But that would have to be in world space is the problem. Oh, it's old school dev without agents? Yeah, what? Is that the normal now? I find it funny, everybody that comes in here is like, oh, you're not using AI. Like, is that the normal now? Is just using AI? I don't know. I don't really think it's old school dev. It's I don't know, it's just programming. Like, I don't know. AI just doesn't write good code. Just that simple. Okay, so I think what I want to do is probably loop over the viewing frustum rather than this. I'd have to think about how to calculate that though. The min score thing seems to really help. We can only push if this isn't within frustum, but just copy paste in ChatGPT and ask to fix my code? No. I mean, it won't do that. No. The most I get out of these LLMs is I ask them questions, and you know, sometimes they give me like good overviews of concepts, but that's the most I use them for. They don't write good code, no. Very simply put. It's also not a matter of fixing the code, but architecting a way for this to run better. Like, obviously we can't hash this is the problem. As soon as we have a job that gets through, it has to go through this gauntlet. And this is like not inexpensive. I think what I might do is to profile this is to see how many iterations we actually go through. We sell computers in punch card. Yeah. Like Brazil style. Yeah, I wonder what the expensive thing is. If it's this, if it's this, if it's this. It's kind of hard to profile that. Also, copying these every time is kind of expensive. That is dev from 2024. Now you should use Codex or any other agent. I don't want to sound like a dick, but like, what language do you program in? What programs have you written with an agent? Let's see. Genuinely, you know, like, let's see. Let me review the code. I'm interested. I'm interested to read the code. I'm very interested. Yeah, I mean, for now I think I just maybe I push the stop button on this because I don't really know how to make it any faster, per se, without rethinking a few things. I don't really think the Q sort is expensive at all. We can actually just like, let's just like profile just the Q sort because it's fairly simple for us to do. I doubt that that is expensive at all. Yeah. Code is much better after I started using codecs. Yeah, that's because you were bad at programming beforehand. I don't know. Like what? I don't like what? Like what do you want me to say? And more important is speed. Speed of writing code or speed of the actual good code running well at runtime? For me, I think it's, you know, the speed of the code writing good at runtime. I don't really care how long it takes me to write. I care about writing good software. That's what I care about. I don't know what you care about, but I care about writing good software. Speed of development. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. You know why people want that? Because they want to get richer. The rich want to get rich as fast as possible. And now everything sucks. Every product we have is fucking shit. You don't care about that? No, yeah, it's speed of development. Yeah, let's write code really fast. Let's write shitty code really fast. And die fast. It's very, very fun. Anyway. Yeah, that's actually surprisingly more than I thought. It's 0.5 for a Q sort. So maybe a selection sort would be better. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do a selection sort for these. Yeah, that is actually pretty expensive. Surprised. Alright. So how am I going to do this? I think I'll look at the implementation for my selection sort from my chess engine actually, and we'll take a look at it. I think it might be in the old version of it. Inside of move ordering? No, that's the Rust. Not a move generation. Okay, I need to figure out where it is. I think it's in, oh, it has to be in sort. Yeah, why is this not found? Where is this file? Sort.c. Okay, well, where did I have SEE in? Game.h. Selection extracts. Right, so this. What was my Sarah chess engine? What do you mean what? It was this. I mean, this wasn't the final code. This is like an early version of the code that I'm looking at here. Well, I still had a selection sort for the moves because I want to copy the function. I think I want to sort integers instead of the actual structs. We have them in 2 parallel arrays, and then this one indexes into the other one so that we don't have to sort very expensive structs. Can you beat it? No, you won't be able to beat it. I don't know if I could put it online if you want to face it. I might be able to. I have no clue if I could do that right now. I haven't tried to do that in a long time. I mean, okay. It's online. Okay, hold on. Oh shit. No. I'm sorry, but we have to decline because this is. Do you want to face it? Do you want to face it? Are you serious about it? Because I can put it online. I haven't put it online in months. What's my elo? Like, I think I was 1000 at some point on chess.com. But that was years ago. This engine in human elo is probably like 2600. Do you want to fight it? I can put it online right now. It would be funny to watch. No, come on, please. I never see anybody fight it. I never see it. Come on. Okay, you have to be fast with hold on, I'll send you the link. Because you have to catch it really fast, or else it's gonna start challenging other people. All right, here it is. It's that link. All right, I'm putting it online. The next challenge will be created in 1 minute and 30 seconds, so you have that long to fight it. Also, I have absolutely no clue like what version is here and if it's a good version, so it might just like randomly blunder. I don't know what state I left it in. So all right. Wow, king's pawn. I thought we would be a queen's pawn guy. Really? All right, that's a bit. Whoa. Wait a second. It might not be able to do correspondence games. Yeah. I think chess boring. Okay. It may not be able to do correspondence games, actually. I don't think I ever set it up to do it. You have to. Yeah, it's not moving because you set it a correspondence game, and so it's going to take like a billion years to move. Okay, give it a like a 5-minute game or something. That means that it's you can have infinite move time. You have to challenge it to like an actual game with time. No, 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 no. Okay, okay, I'm just gonna challenge you. Okay, there we go. Okay, Queen's Pawn opening. Queen Pawn's opening. Chess boring. Chess boring. Oh yeah? What, bro? Okay. Okay, you really love the bishop out. Okay, solid, solid, solid. Blocking in this bishop. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, we're getting this knight out here for sure. One of these boys are coming out. Dude got exiled. I feel like I'm not gonna like fucking, dude, I don't care. I don't know. I used to like never like ban people or, you know, whatever, but like nowadays I just don't really like give a shit. If somebody is just like being an asshole, then it's like obviously I'm in the right to like not want them here. Like it's, I don't know, I don't have to fucking prove myself. I feel like this is actually a possibility here. Okay, well let's... Okay, I feel like we're winning this actually pretty well, but you're playing good. You're playing pretty well. I feel like you should be taking more time though. You thought about it. To be honest, you thought about it. You thought about it. This is a suspicious move. I feel like this is a bad, that was a bad decision because we're just going downtown here. We're just going downtown. I'm surprised you've survived this long, actually. I'm very impressed. There's some glaring weaknesses on the queen side. There's some glaring weaknesses on the... See, and now you pull a Gotham? For street rep? What does pulling a Gotham chest mean? Sacking the knight. You're never gonna beat it by time, by the way, because it plays really fast. It will never run out of time. It's especially with increment. I feel like sacking the knight was probably like kind of did nothing for the position. I mean, I feel like we just take it. Oh wait, that fork is fucking crazy. Oh no. Oh no. That's like the craziest fork I've ever fucking seen. Oh shit. Oh man, it was going actually fine until that point. That was... Is this my bot? Yeah, it's my engine, my chess engine. Oh man, that was fucking funny. Vixen is very cool. I made a 12-hour video on this chess engine, yeah. It's a big thing. I feel like we just take this, and then we have a pawn in front of your king, and after this, I mean, I feel like we just pin the knight, go downtown. You saw it? Yeah. It was this engine, yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised Zelda did so good. So proud. I couldn't last this long against it for sure. Yeah, you kind of have no moves. Like this rook is impossible to get in the game because of this pawn structure is just fucked. Fucked up situation, yeah. That's what I would call it too. When was the last time I tried playing against it yourself? Oh, I haven't really done anything with it in like 2 months. So this was like February 8 I last set it online. But no, I can't beat it. I don't know. It would probably be very hard for any human to beat it. And I'm not saying that like in some term, like way of being like cocky or whatever. It's kind of like, it's at computer chess level, not human level at this point. It just kind of is. Call Magnus. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see Magnus play against it or whatever, but yeah. The rating of 2294 is only playing against computers, so the rating doesn't really reflect its true strength. How much should you know in order to make a chess engine? Really nothing. It's not like other programming. It's kind of its own thing. Are we set? Oh yeah. Oh, what? How does he find that move? That's crazy. Oh, good pin. Good pin. Go downtown. Yeah, go downtown. White declines draw. What? I'm giving you... This is a rated game. Just take the draw. Fuck, man. What are we doing here, man? What did this... The queen sack? Alright. Well, that was fun. Oh, is it in a different game right now? Do you think high elo players will be able to differentiate it from bots they've played against like Sockfish? Yeah, it has its own playing style. Based on like my own understanding of chess and stuff like this. Been a long time since I've seen it online though. So this is fun. A little bit of a nice detour in the stream. Okay, that's has to be good for us. We don't take it. Don't tell me you're playing this. I don't know what I'm watching with this game. Why didn't he take it? Bot versus bot, yeah. So basically on Lichess, no human players play the bots, so the bots just kind of play each other. Oh, pin to the king. I guess we take it. We're down a pawn, right? No, we're fine. This fork is coming. Okay, nice. Yeah, I didn't leave it in the best spot, this, my engine. Step 16, yeah, so I didn't leave it in the best spot, in terms of, like, its playing strength. So, that's why I was always afraid to put it back online, because I was kind of in the middle of training it when when I, like, stopped working on it. That's kind of how these chess engines work, is that you kind of get them to some points where they aren't as strong as they were. It's kind of like up and down and up and down. So I typically only put it online when it's like actually strong. But this isn't it playing at 100%, I think. It's still, I think it's gonna win this game though. You can check here on the eval. It's evaling it up a pawn right now. Which is obviously pretty decisive in a game with two machines. If you're up a whole pawn, usually means that it's a win. That's a really great for us. I've essentially seen every possible move. I mean, probably true about any chess engine. I mean, we're looking at like depth 15 to 16 right now. Depth 19, 20. So we have 2 million nodes. So that's 2 million unique positions, you know. So that's a lot, right? And it adds up. So we just had 800k and now we're having 2 million again. So yeah, it's a lot of moves it's looking at. You know, every move is basically like 2 million unique positions that it looks at. So it kind of does add up. But yeah, that's basically what a chess engine is trying to do, is it's trying to look at every possible continuation. Of course it can't because of it needing to go fast. So yeah. So it has to kind of pick which ones look promising, right? I mean, this structure, if we get this, you need to prioritize somehow? Yeah. So there's a lot of things. You can see in the chess engine video if you're interested in it, but there's many different different heuristics that it prunes moves, right? By if they look too bad or look too good. There's like a ton of different heuristics that we look at to determine that. Because at the end of the day, you can only look at so many positions. The only reason we're able to get to depth 20 is by discarding, like, we only look at like 2% of the tree, right? The rest we discard. A regular, you know, a chess engine without all of these heuristics would be hitting about depth 3 or 4. Like, seriously, right? And if you think about a tree, right, at depth 20, the tree is so massive. It's like trillions of, you know, possibilities. So, because it's exponential, right? So let's say on a given board there's about 20 possible moves usually. It's just 20 to the power of 20, right? That's why chess engines are really impressive, I think. Like, just mathematically. Yeah, we're really just dismantling this. Oh, we're repeating moves? Oh no, we're not. Yeah, it's over. Once an engine plays a move like that, you know it's over. Because it's the only possible move. But, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was a smart tactic. I mean, we trade here. Oh, we don't. Yeah, see, so this line here is super strange. We do win that. So this line is such a computer chess line, I would never be able to calculate what just happened. It looked very confusing. Obviously this knight is just hanging, but we have in between moves here. Yeah, that was very confusing. I would never be able to calculate that. Like what? Like here I would just take. But I don't know. It sees that instead, which is strange why this is the move. But I guess it has no real moves left. But for a brief second there, we were down three points of material. Anyway, yeah, this game is over. I'm just gonna send it to quits after this game because it is actually like pretty heavy for my computer. Yeah, this was fun. It's cool to see it still strong. We got to get in front of it. Or not. How much does it take to run the engine? My computer sucks, so not a lot at all. But if I want to have multiple instances of it, then it's really bad. But yeah, it's completely CPU intensive, right? But my computer does struggle with it. Especially if I have different ones going, right? So this has like, it's like 3 threads doing it right now, but yeah. If we want to H-top, I can show it. So it's not like the craziest thing. Yeah, it's not bad. But there is 5 gigs of memory. It is, you know. Actually, Firefox is more than it. Yeah, Firefox is more expensive than it, so not a lot at all. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. But like to train the engine, you need to run like multiple instances of it, so that's why it's problematic. Like most people have a leg up on me there because I can only really run it two concurrently, which, how the fuck do I have 8 gigs of RAM, bro? I run this stream on a Surface Book 2 on a laptop because I'm poor, and every penny that I make goes to the US government to pay for my school loan. So all of my programs that I've ever written are for a laptop. So that like has me, you know, I have a lot of incentive to make things run good. So that's why. That is why. Anyway, hopefully it goes offline now. Forces me to optimize. Yeah, it sucks that I don't get to, I don't know. It sucks because I stream this stuff, and so when I'm on stream or whatever, oh, it's a casual game. When I'm on stream or whatever, it's like, I don't know. I get people that come in here and probably don't think that the code is like impressive or whatever, but I think it is inherently impressive when I'm running it on my Intel GPU, right? You know, like this simulation is run on my Intel GPU, which I don't know how many cores it has, but not a lot, right? So it kind of sucks because people come in here and probably think that I'm running this on like a 4060 or whatever the fuck, but yeah, definitely not. My other GPU inside of this thing is a 1050, but I can't use it because the laptop overheats as soon as I use it at all. So I pretty much do everything on the Intel GPU. But that's why, you know, the fact that this is rendering at 9 milliseconds actually is kind of, you know, optimized already. And this stuff is pretty much, you know, I did a lot of hashing stuff today to optimize this, and so yeah. Now I forgot what I was gonna do before I got carried away there. I have no music now. It was cool to see someone play the engine. I was always wondering if one day somebody would beat the engine, but I haven't been putting it online. I should probably just like put it on my other computer and just like keep it online all the time, I guess. But yeah. I was thinking of this math. We don't actually need to do vec3s. We could just use integers instead. Like these centers will always be actually on integer boundaries. Like these are always integers anyway. Like these are always integers. And since chunk world size is always in integers, then they all will be always in integers. So in that case, we don't actually need center to be a floating point, and these min and max don't even need to be floating point either. So I just move these to integers. And then it'll be faster. Just inherently. I'm just gonna do, yeah. So let's just make the helpers for I. Honestly, I could just do it by hand. Honestly, if we want to be super efficient with it, we can do ivec3 dist and just do it in line here. And then just do return the root of hey function, what's up? Conjunction junction. So I can just do this now with that function. The problem is camera pause is not an integer space. Something I didn't really consider. We could just use cam chunk. And cam chunk will become an integer. Okay, so cam chunk is the ID, but we need the center of the cam chunk. Center pause, and center pause we can just make a ivec3. Because integers are faster than floats. Tried to learn SDL plus OpenGL, SDL 1.2. Yeah, that's difficult. That's difficult. What drew you to 1.2 rather than 2? I use 2 for everything personally. There are 20 there are 20 different errors in this file now. 20 indeed. Almost 3K. Hey Francis, yeah. Almost 3K. That is pretty awesome. I was just looking at that, yeah. Want to learn SDL 1.2 because I wanted to make games that run on Windows 98. That's sick. Yeah, so did you? I'm assuming you saw my video on my my Lenia thing that I made for Windows XP. Or maybe the algorithm just worked in that manner, but yeah. I just recently, my my other computer over here is dual booted with Windows XP, so I used DirectX for that though. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah. So I'm right there with you. I really enjoy doing the retro stuff. Not like the retro stuff, but I mean I think my whole thing is I think that those things are just really from a time that I wish to go back to. And so that's what I think about it. So yeah, chunk world size has to be divisible by 2. It has to be even for this to work. Yeah. That sucks. Which is better for 3D, DirectX or OpenGL? I mean, if we're talking about like, you know, that depends what we're talking about in terms of like hardware and stuff. Like, I'd argue that DirectX is always better than OpenGL. But OpenGL is way more portable, right? Obviously, OpenGL, DirectX is, Windows, right? And OpenGL is very, very portable and back compatible with old hardware. Yeah. But I'd say OpenGL kind of sucks, right? Like, I use OpenGL, obviously. I'm using OpenGL here. But I don't think that it's very good, per se. It just doesn't expose a lot as a developer for you to use. That's the main problem with it. It's kind of like playing on hard mode. That's what I say about it. Yeah, Windows gets worse every year, yeah. The planes all keep the same. So now we no longer have to round.
That I have now automated away almost entirely.
Oh, you've automated them away with what? Oh, with ChatGPT. Oh, yes. I love you and your haircut. Let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Like, do any have CI failures because of like something linted wrong, or like didn't get caught pre-push, or maybe it's got a merge conflict because someone is
it's got a merge conflict. Are we gonna circle back to this?
My PRs are always green.
Oh, his PRs are always great, thanks to ChatGPT. Fucking Christ, dude, what are we gonna do with that? Aren't old Windows distros like XP? Yeah, 100%. That's why I don't have the internet on it. But yeah. You're happy with Windows 11? Hey, I mean, that's your prerogative. I think the whole Windows model of stealing your data and then telling you after is kind of strange and bizarre that's normal, but I mean, yeah. I don't really have anything specifically against Windows. I don't really even like Linux that much, to be honest with you. But I don't like Windows as a company, so that's kind of like the thing. But I don't really mind the products. But I haven't used Windows 11 myself, so I can't really say. Okay, we only have 6 arrows left. That sounds like I'd probably fuck something up. At least way better than when it came out. Yeah, I haven't used it, so I can't really say. Okay, now if I did this correctly, this disk doesn't actually get used anywhere. Okay. Okay, there we go. So now we got rid of all of the floating point shit. What IDE do I use? I use Helix, so that's not really an IDE. But when I was on XP, I used Visual Studio. But yeah. I don't know. Most IDEs are cool. But they are slow, and I have a shit computer, so I have to kind of do without them. I use Helix because it's very fast. I don't know why we got rid of a new line here, so now everything is chained together, so that's kind of annoying, but as we can see, big loop went down to 0.9, 0.8, execute is still high. Collision could still come down a bit, I feel. So this is 5. 5 plus 6 would be 11. I want to get to a consistent 60 FPS. So that's my goal here. Trying to look for peaks. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I don't know why this doesn't have a new line at the end of it. I probably wrote it that way, but yeah, that's annoying. This function is gonna be the death of me, man. I ate a lot of food and you're very full. Notepad isn't an awful choice. I haven't used it in a very long time. Okay. So here we are above or below 60 FPS. It's hard to actually tell, so we can try to do a timer over the entire thing. Is frame? No, frame is being used for the... I think we should repurpose master. Where's master? Where's this timer? Okay, so it doesn't exist. Perfect. So let's just start it and end it at the bottom. Alright, so that should tell us something. This is the GPU and this is the CPU time, by the way. The GPU has like a bunch of nonsense on it that isn't necessarily in use though. My old computer was barely... Yeah, my old computer is old enough that it can run Windows XP and the drivers work, so I'm very lucky about that. I'm kind of unlucky in the fact that I don't have a newer computer to play around with, but yeah. Yeah, I've never used VMs because they're kind of slow in my experience, but especially for doing native development would be very slow. It doesn't exactly feel 60 FPS. By the way, I have a capture card, so if it's not streaming at 60 FPS, that's not my application. It's like barely not. Oh yeah, TurboTax. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Full is 17. 18, 17, 16, 15, 17 it looks like it. $20. Wow. $20, really? Shouldn't these add up to... It's bizarre that they don't add up. And it's strange that the swap window would. Let me try turning on off VSync, I guess. I don't know. That seems strange to me. Let me try turning off VSync, I guess. And then seeing what the swap is like. That's bizarre. 17 is way high. Because that's the same frame with 6, 2. So that, or 7, 2. Which puts you at 9. 9 plus 2, which puts you at 11 plus 3. Maybe it's... Maybe. Doesn't add up in my brain though. Are you fucking kidding me that you got stuck there? Are you serious? Hey Luca. I wonder if it's collision that's causing the... There was a little bit of a... Yeah, here was 4. 4. No. This is 3. 3, 2. So that's 6-ish. Yeah, 20. Six plus 11.5. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that does add up. 6 plus 12 plus 2 gives you that. I mean, it's a bit off, but I guess with some headroom, it makes sense. Rose UI now. IMGUI, don't even bring that up. No, it's nuclear. No, it's nuclear. Always nuclear. Everyone asks me if I use IMGUI, but it's like, that's just C++ brain rot. I don't know. It doesn't work with C, so everybody's like, oh, bro, you got that IMGUI pack? Oh my god. And then it's like, I can't do that, unfortunately. Now I have to suffer with nuclear. Nuclear is good though, it's just kind of a pain in the ass. I want to see when execute hits a frame to see our real time. Where does execute actually execute something? Seems like our frame time is simply just sometimes even 24. All right, let me do a test here. I want to see what it's like without FBM. I want to see what it's like when we slim down our... How expensive is that? In numbers. Yeah, it is a C. It's C++ thing. I mean, they say online that you can link it with C on GUI, but it's just bullshit. It doesn't actually work. Yeah. It's the GUI that everybody uses that I don't get to use, but nuclear is fine. It's just more of a pain in the ass than OpenGL. As everything with C, it's more of a pain in the ass. Every library, but whatever, man. Dude, you should have seen this guy in here earlier today, telling me that I was what did he say? That's old that's old programming. He said that's 2024 programming. He said copy and paste your code into ChatGPT and tell it to fix it. I don't know. I can't with these people anymore. I just banned him. Like, I don't know. I used to not do that, but it's like what am I supposed to do? I don't know. Like I can't with these people. Genuinely, like, what the fuck? Okay, so now we're at 16. So FBM really does matter, because my collision went down to nothing now. And now we're just a solid 60 FPS. Great, great, great. Lovely, lovely. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Yes. Can't do my funny FBM noise. Okay, well, we gotta lock the fuck in here because I gotta figure out... Okay, so really, so here's what we're working with here. The FBM stuff. Okay. So this is the problem. This is the problem here, is that like, tell me, how am I supposed to vectorize this shit? I don't want to do that today. Like, that just seems like a pain in the ass. It's me and Austin and Dale and Nat in Spanish. Who the hell is Dale and Nat? Well, tell them that I'm a big fan of Dale and Nat. Yeah, huge fan. I know a lot of people like C over C++ because C is unnecessarily complicated. Okay, so what you gotta realize is, okay, here's what I've realized about programming over the years, is that there are languages that came about because programming became a white-collar job. Two of those languages are Java and C++. They are built for companies to order you around better. That's what they're built for. They are not built for human usage. So that's my take on it. Now, does C++ like have some things in it that are really great? Yeah, it's got like operator overloading, namespace things, and all this. But is it designed for humans? No. No. No, it's not. It's not made for humans consumption. So that's my opinion on C++. It's soulless. It genuinely is soulless. But whatever. Object-oriented programming. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the truth. Like, everybody wants something to be an object just so that it's like, oh, so this is my object class called user data. Yes, and this is where the user data goes. All of it goes in the user data. I don't know. The whole class thing is like disgusting. But whatever. So FPM is really crazy, huh? Well, I mean, I don't really know what to do about that. I hope that this is doing something. I think it is. What's the OMP like what's the Wait, don't I need to init OMP or something? Wait, hold on. I need to look that up. What is this song? Oh, it's an ad. Okay, I don't need to call OMP init. Oh, it is OMP init. Okay, so it wasn't crazy. I think you could do it like OMP init with a certain amount of threads, but yeah, I don't really remember it. I'm just gonna call it here. This is a thing? Okay, that's not a thing. I don't really remember. OMP is very simple to read. Yeah, it's very simple to read, but I personally, like, I don't... Okay, so this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. OMP query thread number. What is the thing that you can call which? OMP get thread num. That's what I care about. Got it. And I do have it initial inside of the thing, right? I 100% have this. I didn't include omp.h, but you gotta trust me that I intended to do that, and so therefore it's like not my fault. Okay, so let's just lock the fuck in here and then like just... This is how I always check if it's working. This is thread, and then we just like print it out, right? This is just how it goes. OMP get thread num. Yeah. That just works. That just actually works because it tells you that's the thread number. Yeah. I'm mixing this up with FFTW, with init with num threads. That's how you do FFTW. Object. I mean that sounds like facts. I'm kind of too dumb to understand what that means though. Object oriented is very simple. Yeah, I already read that. Yeah, exactly. I agree with Wylan, yeah. But yeah, it's like there's very few times where I actually like care about inheritance. You know what I mean? Very few times where I actually need to know about inheritance. Okay, so that's exactly what I was worried about. That's 100% what I was worried about, and you just got exactly what. So this is like failing. OMP set num threads. That's what I was looking for. That's exactly what I was looking for. That's what I was. That's what I was. See, there we go. What do I think about Rust? I don't think anything about Rust. I don't have any opinions. Let's not talk about it. Rust is cool. Rust is very cool. Very cool. Okay, so here's the problem with Rust. Okay. The problem with, I'm pausing the music to get serious here. The problem with Rust is that when you're writing Rust, you're just proving that you know how to code. That's the language. The language is like, yes, I know how an array works on the inside. That's why I have these stupid fucking ampersands in the. That's what Rust is. It's like a test. It's like a test. I mean, if you're good at Rust, then you really are good at tests. That you know. Okay, so this is still not working. Like, genuinely, like, Rust will have you believe that every time you want an array, you gotta do, like, fucking ampersands. I know that this is a pointer. Yes, I know all about the fucking stupid little... Yeah. I know this, Mr. Professor. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. It's just an array. Like, it's not that complicated, bro. It's just an array. Okay, but like, this is a big problem. We're having a big problem here. I don't know why this isn't. Am I correctly oh, this is supposed to be FOMP, right? No, it's definitely L. It is FOMP. It is FOMP. It's F open MP. That's what it is. See, there we go. I don't know anything about COBOL. Don't know anything about COBOL. Don't know anything about fucking... Oh, they're flying by the wheel of cheese? Yeah. Yeah. I don't have any opinions on Odin or Zig or Nim or any of it. No. How could I have an opinion of something that's just doesn't have a purpose, you know? It's just, that's my opinion on it, is that there's no reason other than to make things that don't have a reason. It's like when people, it's just like, you know, it's whatever, like, it's cool, like, cool. It's like every time somebody makes a new compiler or a new game engine or whatever, like, it's cool, and I'm glad that you enjoyed making it. But also, like, there's no need for us to write libraries for a fucking language that's just the same thing as another language. Like, why are we creating tooling for languages that don't matter? Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. And that's my opinion. Okay, so this is working now, and we're obviously very fast now. Except for here, where we weren't very fast now. We still were 13. So, yeah. Definitely, the pragma is definitely going well, I'd say. So, fix that up. Fix that up for sure. We could just, like, multi-thread pretty much a lot of this stuff. Unfortunately, we can't multi-thread that since we have the outer loop multi-threaded. So that's the problem. But we did this, so that's cool. Yeah, exactly. It just automatically schedules it, and so since this is 8, it's perfect for it to do 8 threads. So it's basically just, you know what OMP, OpenMP is for people that just, like, are the projects are too lazy to actually have a thread pool. And right now I'm too lazy to have a thread pool since most of this is on the GPU anyway. So that's kind of my reason for it. What I still am a bit confused on is how this was 3 here, which is, that's a lot of milliseconds, dude. That's a big amount of milliseconds. Three is a big amount of milliseconds. 4 is also a big amount of milliseconds. 5 milliseconds for collision. Holy shit. Like, seriously? Maybe it's because these don't break out early and so it has to wait for them. Oh, well then, in that case, then multi-threading it is completely impossible unless we have an actual thread pool that can communicate with one another. Because this code only breaks out if it finds a surface. And if only one of them find a surface, then the rest of them keep going until they hit the end. So yeah, that's basically fucking awful, to be honest. C++ magic? Hell no. Hell no, hell no, hell no. Absolutely not in my program. We could also do this, I think. Like, I don't know if we can... If that just works. I'm not like the craziest OMP guy, but in my mind, like, can I parallel a while loop? That's what I'm gonna look up. Pragma OMP while loop. Is that possible for me to do? Alternative strategies. Using the task construct. First private. Oh fuck, bro. Pragma OMP task. Traverses the loop and generates tasks. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just thinking maybe we just do a thread pool then, because that's fucking just rewrites your loop. Yeah, but if it's not a determinate amount of things, then you can't do it. Apparently, you can use a task directive, but that sounds really complicated, to be honest. All right, peace out, Francis. My mom just told me AI is going to replace me because I was making a game in C. Did she actually say that? Did she actually say that? That's so fucked up. Yeah. It might be a play to create a thread pool. I just don't... Yeah, that's probably what we should do. And then just like during this while loop, every time we need to calc a new density, we just send a thread to do it. That sounds really difficult though, to be honest. Honestly, it would probably be just... I wonder if I just multi-thread the whole thing now. We gotta get rid of all this shit, man. We just gotta get rid of all this shit. I don't know. Okay, so... Yeah, but then the input of your... And then this, and then... See, if you multi-thread collision itself... it's kind of like, it's like the simulation step actually gets fucked up. I don't know. But I also know that there's going to be like a ton of overhead with, if I have like a thread pool that is doing just like each one loop here. That's like a ton of overhead of like just checking if the other threads are done. But yeah, technically what you could do is you could just like create thread to do 8 at a time. I don't think that you can do, I don't think that pregnant GL begin, yeah, exactly. That's what it is. That's what the that's what all this GL begin query end query, and then what you have to do at the end is this GL get query object uint64v, and then this is how I print it out. So this is how I do all the GPU stuff, and then the CPU stuff you have to have your own timer for, but it's pretty handy for figuring out what the bottlenecks are, I guess. But yeah, we're hard stuck 16 now, so I'm trying to figure out how to bring collision down, because if we bring collision down, then we're at 60 FPS easy, which on my Intel GPU on this laptop is pretty solid, I think. But yeah, this being 7 is insane. I think it's actually worse now that we OMP'd it, to be honest. For whatever reason. Let me just test again. Like sometimes it's 0, but sometimes it's 3. Because sometimes it doesn't find a surface, and since it has to do a bounding box, basically the collision check does a bounding box, right? So it does that 50 times since it's a sweep. So yeah. That's a lot. And it does the density function at each point of the bounding box, so that's the expensive thing. Alright, so let's see what we're at right now. 1.7. Yeah. 1.7. Yeah, I don't know why it would be slower with, well, here it's 3. Here it's 4. Okay, so maybe it's similar. Maybe it's not really the bounding box check anymore that's the problem. This bounding box check only happens 50 times now. I think the real problem is this find surface function happens 5,000 times, which is a lot. But I've already tried to cut this down in fail size, but it doesn't work really well. It just needs a lot of time. I have a 4-core CPU. Yeah. Wait, no, I have 8 cores on this thing. Yeah. But it's an old i5, so yeah. The CPU is definitely on this thing is way better than the GPU, so that's why I have a lot of things that just stick on the CPU. But this project really has to be on the GPU, which is a problem since it's so parallel. Okay, that feels a lot smoother. Just me feeling. I don't see any like frame dropouts. By the way, the reason why it's 30 FPS for you guys is just my capture card, right? I can't get it at 60 FPS. I don't have an Elgato or whatever the fuck. Yeah, this feels a lot better. Okay, collision is still 3, it says. Okay, never mind. Collision is still 4, 3. Is there anything else that I have with collision inside of the timer? I process input, update camera. Let's try to see how much is process input specifically. Because process input inside of it has this and resolve collisions. I guess I could also just like no clip and then see how fast it is comparatively. But yeah, it's still going up to, it didn't really have an effect on it, me cutting that by an insane amount, which is what is concerning me. I wonder if it's like my camera matrix stuff that's actually killing us. It might be actually, which would kind of suck because I don't really know how to do that in any more efficient way. That would kind of suck. Let's go take a look. Oh shit. Yeah, collision is, oh no, collision is 4 here, 4.7. 1.5. Okay, so sometimes it jumps up to like 5. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I probably, yeah, if moving the fail down to a low amount didn't do anything, I wonder what is happening. The strange thing is, the check collision stuff should, I'm thinking like maybe it's just fine surface entry is just that that expensive. So let's just, I need to see when it executes this function because it might actually not step, might actually make it not get into here all the time, but I almost wonder how much is just resolve collisions. So maybe I'll just make a timer here for it. That's what I'm doing. Why is the startup time so long? It's actually just compilation with nuclear, so that's the pain. Nuclear is the UI, right? So nuclear is a header file with 31,000 lines. So yeah, that's a big part of it. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah, it sucks compiling with nuclear always. Also, a big part of the startup time is the actual generation of the 3D noise volume that's used for the geometry. It's 512 by 512 by 512, so it takes a while, which is a bummer. So that's that perm stuff that's going there. So everything after this is that, so that's the startup time. Okay. I'm almost wondering like if our timers are wrong here or something. I mean, our call is giving us the same amount of time, but it's bizarre that it is so. I guess it's dependent on if we early out. I guess like if we early out on things, then it's actually fine. But if we don't early out, then there's a possibility that it goes like really far, I guess. Maybe like even 500 is too many density calcs. I don't know. I don't know. This is already like pretty small amount of. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what part of it is expensive, but we can, I guess, move in here and profile it more. Like how long a single fine surface call takes. Yeah, like that. Sorry, I got out of the zone here. Let's do it on both of them. And then I'm just gonna do the dude, like literally, like bro. What's up, Devil Gaming? I'm out of it right now. I'm out of it. I'm out of the zone. I need to get another coffee and reset. I'm fucking. Oh, the problem is that we have a return here. So that's typically not great for. Yeah, here's what we're gonna do. That it's not, it's FS, I called it. Okay. This is fine. Okay, so that'll tell us something. Probably. The fact that collision is 10 milliseconds is so crazy. Like, there has to be something that's fucked up here. Oh, now we can't jump. Oh. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I don't know why we can't jump, but whatever I did definitely helped. Because now our collision doesn't go anything above 1.7. But we're never finding the ground, I think. Okay. So then let's go back to what we changed. Which was moving this fail down. But if we want to have it down, then we have to have a higher step size, or just start at a different location. I think 0.5. I chose 0.5 because that's our eye height. But maybe then we have to do 0.5 on the ground, and then that's fine. But this times 1 is never going to reach that. So that's not great, to be honest. So maybe we need to cheat it, I guess. Maybe we need to cheat it like this, or like this. It's one of these things where we just have to recompile and see if this works. But that does get us to 16. Solid. It's 16.33. That's oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. That is not what you want to see. Yeah, so that's why I had it set at what it was set at. Yeah, you need to set this at 0.5. I need to do the math on this, like getting this to it would have to be times it would have to be times 500 actually. It's like exactly 500 to get it up there. Either that, or you risk having this bigger, step size to do this, but then that step size doesn't work. We've already proven that. We've already tried that step size, and it makes it super, super bumpy. I've only been live 3 hours. I feel like I've been here days. Jesus. Okay, so this actually feels... no. Yeah, it's bumpy. Maybe we just need a better collision solution than what I currently have.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. A time to start new jobs.
Maybe I just need a better collision solution than any of this. I don't know. Because this is just way too expensive. Like, it needs to be this, and it needs to be this, but that's 500 density calculations a frame. Which is expensive. We can probably get away with doing something else instead. No. I don't know. Just out of curiosity, I want to see how fast this runs on my NVIDIA GPU. Just to test. I mean, the CPU stuff is going to stay the same, but I'm assuming that we're just like 60 FPS by a large margin. Kind of not incredibly happy with the performance. I mean, the frame time goes down. Maybe the swap is actually not the best way to look at it. I don't know how you... I thought that this is frame time, but the fact that sometimes it hits 19 when it's just the swap, I'm not sure. Maybe I should turn VSync on again. But yeah, obviously with the NVIDIA GPU, by the way, this is 1 millisecond which with my Intel GPU it's 9. So that's pretty funny to see. Yeah. Yeah, I may need to rethink my collision stuff here. We check with temp Z, which is the floor Z that we calculate. Same way we do it in my game engine, but it is expensive when we have these. Oh, you know what? We could actually remove. We don't even use. We could just send in current floor. So that just cuts out a total thing here. Current floor is actually with final. So we have to use the one with final, which is technically this ground. Yo, what's up, Zikua? Okay, so technically that should be equivalent. So maybe that saves us enough time where we can push this back to 500 and be fine. Why C not C++? I don't like C++. I don't like object-oriented programming. There isn't a point to it in my projects. I don't need inheritance. very, very, very rarely do I ever see the point in it. It gives you solutions to problems that you don't have. C++. All the stuff you can implement it yourself, you know? I also don't like the overuse of things in the C++ standard library, like vectors. 90% of the time, regular arrays are just better for performance. So it gives you a lot of tools that you don't necessarily need. Okay. So no, we're still at 2. It's better though. It is better. It is better. It's oscillating between 1.4 and 2. Mainly 1.4. So that's pretty solid, I think. Yeah. And now we're just living up to the swap. I mean, here we go over a little bit. The frame time to actually render is kind of painful, but yeah, not much that we can do about this. I think a big part of it is actually the fact that we're rendering everything twice, once for the shadow map and then once for the actual mesh pass. And we have to bind the indirect buffer, a different indirect buffer every time, and issue another draw command. Now this is better if we just if we only render LOD1, we just have like a shadow pass, and then just like that. For the vectors point, you could still use fixed arrays. Yeah, you could. You definitely could. But also, I mean, I don't know. You can also implement a standard like STD vector yourself in like 10 lines of code, you know. It's just I prefer to do it myself, like simply put. I like the fact that all of my own types and my own ways of going about things and my own macros are completely tailored to the project that I'm working on, right? But I mean, yeah, you're right. You don't have to use all of the tools in C++, I guess, but I prefer to write C and compile C, personally. Yeah, thanks. Right. So we just want to literally do this, and then so that will only doing shadows on this would definitely help a lot. We also can check if each chunk is within frustum or not. We actually already have that data created during our mesh pass. We actually already test if every chunk is within frustum every frame. Pretty much. Pretty much, because we check it all during the freeze. we do this, and within Frustum. So we could just set it into trunk data. Have I done 2D graphics? Yeah, I started doing 2D graphics. I did an implementation of 2D Linear with like Bloom and stuff before I did anything 3D. You just set that. Okay. And then here you can just set chunk data within Frustum equals false. And then inside of here, you probably I mean, you could definitely, yeah. I mean, this is sort of racy is the problem. It is sort of racy. Okay. So now that we have that, we just can literally reference it here. So if it isn't in Frustum, and if it's not in our LOD levels, then we just don't draw it. This helps a lot more during the shadow pass, right? Because we don't want to be drawing a ton of things to our shadow map that aren't necessary. So that's important. That is very important. I'm going to get up and get a 10-minute break in a second, so you can see where it where the shadows aren't being drawn. We can do the shadows on LOD too, but you know. That brings us our frame down a little bit, but not a lot, to be honest. We're still at 6, 7, 10-ish, yeah. So at the end of the day, it is still a lot. Yeah. Well, I spent a lot of time today optimizing this just to do it. Also, our frame time seems to have gone up a little bit for the CPU side. Really, just these flags? Checking this flag? Really? Yeah, I also thought about like doing a complete multi-draw indirect for all of this. Problem is that the child stuff, we lose the child stuff, and even though we don't have child as a thing anymore, at least for now, it's like, you know, it kind of sucks to not be able to do it. So I don't think I want to commit to that. Not exactly happy though with how far we can look right now. So that's something. Like, what is my my chunk radius is like pretty large, but where is this fucking variables all the way up here? Okay, well, don't put that all the way up here, please. The define should be here. Yeah, our chunk radius of 10 is pretty massive. So I'm pretty surprised that we don't have a lot of them. We have 64 slots. We should be able to see further than we're seeing right now. Try getting rid of the child thing. See if our ones far in the distance are only children or something like that. AI. I love AI. I love every video that I watch on YouTube. I have to listen to some fucking dickhead with a Ryan Reynolds haircut talking about fucking how the pull requests are so cool. It's really cool. It's fun. It is very fun. It's very fun and cool. Yeah, the stuff in the distance is just not very far. Yeah, maybe I should start debugging that again, I guess, to try and figure out why we don't have a lot of chunks in the distance. It might be that a lot of them are just zeroed. That might be why. A lot of them might just be zeroed. And in that case, I mean, I don't know what else to do other than to just pump it up to 128 or something. Let's try just pumping it up to 128. And if we still don't see anything, then obviously that means that there's a logical error. There obviously are still bugs with the chunking system, but yeah. I think it's gonna rain again. Yeah, that flashing in and out is classic. Classic. What I just did is fucking awful. Fuck, dude. I don't want to fucking... I don't want to fucking spend another... Yeah. It might be the hash, to be honest. Or something that we did that, yeah. Yeah. Draw distance is definitely a problem. I need to figure it out, man. I need to figure it out. Yeah, this being so high is pretty interesting. I think that that's literally just the swap. That's just the swap, so it's nothing to worry about there. If bumping this up to 128 doesn't work, then we have another problem, so... I hope it's not a problem with the chunk hash that we just did. I hope not. Yeah. I have to read through it. Okay. I'm gonna take a break. I have to use the bathroom and get another cup of coffee. But yeah, I think we have another bug here with the chunking system. So that's unfortunate. What's new, right? But yeah, have to figure it out in a second. Okay, my coffee is still needs a couple of minutes. It's a French press, so it takes fucking forever. So we have to figure out this whatever this problem is. I don't want to spend forever fucking like printing everything out again. I really don't want to do that. Obviously jobs aren't getting through. I'm wondering if it's because of this. If replacement index doesn't equal is -1, so if it's a brand new chunk and the LOD is less than LOD max -1, it should never get in here if it's LOD 3. But that's the question. If it's ever getting to LOD 3. LOD 3 should be greater than or equal to 6. And each time we're adding chunk world size, if it's a radius of 10, then we should be going out 10 times chunk world size. If it's chunk radius times 2 plus 1. So that is 10 by 10 by 10. Or, I mean 10, 20. Right? 20 is the diameter, 21. So it's either the jobs are not getting in, or we're not finding room for them for the really far away ones. Okay, so let's then print out the jobs then. I still have the coffee break up because I'm gonna leave in like a few minutes to get my coffee, so that's why the coffee break is still up. Sorry if that's bothering you. Okay, maybe fine. We'll take that down just for a second. Let's just have all of the active jobs. Oh, maybe it's this min score thing. Totally didn't think about that. Yeah, let's just try to do this. So J, and then let's just print out the job data J dot dot center dot x. I gotta make a macro that prints out vec3s, dude. I gotta do that ASAP. I don't know why I don't have that yet. Like, what is wrong with me? I don't know. How would I do that though? I don't know. I do not 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 know. Cool to see people talking in the Discord again. That's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Funny stuff. Okay. Oh, Jesus, bro. What? Why are we so laggy? Oh, we're printing out all of the jobs. Jesus, we have a lot of jobs, huh? We didn't actually print out the LODs. So this just proves that we have a lot of jobs. We have many jobs. We have many jobs. I also saw that over there it didn't really fix the in the distance problem. If ID 0 equals -1 and ID 1 doesn't equal -1. So that's if it's a child. If ID 0 equals -1 and ID 1 doesn't equal -1. So that's if it's a child. Alright, let's print out all of the frees. If freeze I dot LED equals 3, then we will printf that. So I want to see the location and the score. I have to get my coffee. I have to get my coffee. I have to get my coffee. Just let me write this one function and then I will get my coffee. We want chunk data 3 idx dot center dot x, and then just copy it over and then do the f. Which is going to be freeze I dot score. Dot z dot y. Okay. Okay, I'm going to compile this and then be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Hi, back. Okay, so let's see. We're still doing all of our jobs, but I want to see what in the world 3 is. Is 3 actually working for us or against us? So in this case, what is our... Okay, maybe I shouldn't have printed out all the jobs. So I want to see the freeze, not all the fucking jobs, to be honest. I need the freeze. Dude, like, what the fuck? Okay, here we go. So these are the 3s of freeze. So they're all at 12. 12.5, 12 point. So 12 is large. 12 is large for all of them. I believe so. So that's if LOD equals 3. And that gives us the score. So if all of them are 12, then we need to see if LOD is 3, then I want to see this and also the score, obviously. Obviously the score is necessary here. Nice cup of coffee. Finally got a coffee. Oh yeah, the coffee break is still on the screen. I'm getting it off of the screen. It's cool to see people show up all of a sudden. I haven't been doing well with the algorithm for a while now. For like 4 or 5 days. Well, not really. Like 3 or 4 actually. 3 or 4 days. Before that, we hit a stride where I was like a 900 view stream, and then, you know, that, so... It's randomly up and down. Like my view on probably what like YouTube does is that like they like give you a bunch of viewers and then they see if you can have viewer retention, and then if you do have viewer retention, then they give you more, right? Holy shit, that's a lot of jobs. If LOD equals 3, Jesus. That's a lot. And there's only this many frees. It seems like a reasonable amount of frees, actually. It's just an insane amount of jobs. Like, actually insane amount of jobs. Wow. Wow. Yeah, so the tricky thing is that we have a lot of empty chunks. We have a lot of empty chunks. So that's why we had this 0 list. But it's slow because we have to read it back from the GPU. But this is why we had this 0 list. So that we free chunks that are empty. But yeah, so that we don't emit chunks that are empty again and again and again. That might be clogging up our thing. I don't know. Hmm. But this makes us super slow, I think, on the, to actually test the performance, we have to not print everything out. Obviously, there are some, like, really high-profile jobs here, like 11, right? But obviously that's going to eclipse everything at 3 currently, but we can't do all of them, obviously, and so we just choose to do the ones that are closer, even though they're 0 and they don't have anything in them. So yeah, the 0 list is fucking broken. Definitely fucking super broken. And it's deleting random shit. So if I'm gonna use it, I'm gonna have to figure out how to use it properly. But I think it made us slow when I tried it last. Mesh is 2 here. Big loop is 0.3. Doesn't actually seem that slow. Maybe we just have to fix it. Did I have profiling around it? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I did not have profiling around it. So yeah. Did not have profiling around it. So obviously we were matching on things that aren't -1. So it might be that we need we need to initialize both of them to -1 in the first place. We may not do that. Where do I initialize it? Where do I initialize it? Do I initialize it to anything? Chunk data SSBO. I bind it size of chunk data SSBO. What is inside of GPU chunk? Oh, LOD dist, and then the rest is vertex counts. Okay, so in this case, we need the rest of it to be -1, and then we just change the LOD dist otherwise, and that should immediately change things because we were checking things based on -1 instead of 0. So it at the beginning it sees everything as 0. So that's a bit of it, probably. What am I going to listen to? What do I want to listen to? Okay, so this obviously.
Experts are here. Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community. They can do your taxes for you and get you every dollar you deserve. Local tax experts are here. Hand off your taxes with confidence.
Introducing new Kinder Bueno Frozen. A creamy, crispy, irresistible spoonful. Trying new Kinder Bueno Frozen. Irresistibly bueno.
I feel like ads don't work anymore. What do you think about that take? I think ads don't work anymore. That's literally how I feel. Maybe we take chunk LOD dist out of this thing. Because I don't want it to be like a either that, or we can yeah, let's just do a float pad 0 inside of here internally, just to make sure, because I don't really fucking trust SSBOs to actually work properly ever. Indirect. That's what I was just about. Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, but I expected that to work, but it didn't work, so now I'm kind of like left like you know. Yeah, so the way the pipeline works is that once it hits density, we write in a 0 into this vertex counts for the LOD and the chunk ID, and then during indirect, then we add in the vertex counts, and we initialize everything to -1 in the beginning. And so what that does is that everything that has a 0 was guaranteed to have been done that frame, and it came back without anything. So at least that is what it's supposed to do, unless our max chunks doesn't it is the same. LOD max and max chunks is exactly the same across everything. It should be, yeah. It may just not like large arrays.
Compass is your invitation to start doing cheap things. With more
By the way, I put my stream on low ads now because I watched my own stream for a second and then I realized, holy shit. So alright, let's just print it out and see. Because I have a feeling that our zero list isn't even... Oh yeah, we didn't have this. Oh, so that's probably why. We do initialize it to -1, right? Init chunk data. We do call this, right? Yeah, we do call it. So that should be the test if it's a valid thing or not. Okay, so that should work now. I'd commented that out and forgot about it, but that is necessary to guarantee that the chunk list is not garbage. Okay, well that's fucked. Okay. We have no geometry, sir. We have no geometry. So okay, so we pushed everything onto it, I guess. I think I'm just going to try and run it again and then like exit out really fast to see. Oh, we have a compute shader error. Oh, well that's why. That would be why. That would 100% be why. So let's see. So pad 0 undeclared in density comp. Oh, I can't name this the same thing. Now, was that the issue? We have everything at 0 inside of here. I'm gonna assume that our indirect just didn't write it because of that. If not, then that's very sad. But yeah, it looks like it's filled with zeros. The fact that it's not filled with negative ones means that we wrote in 0. So, the fact that there's no garbage in it means to me that there isn't exactly anything with alignment going on. It's probably just like okay. Why does turning around trigger it? Oh, because then it creates it again. It creates a new chunk. Those are all 0. So most of the time they're all -1. But this seems to sort of be working, but obviously not really. We are checking for LOD, right? Yeah, and LOD equals the 0 list LOD. I have no clue why this would not be working. Unless the indexes here are incorrect somehow. I mean, I don't know how.
Slackbot isn't just any AI assistant.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
It knows how you work.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, oh my god, dude. Slackbot? Oh yeah, the AI, dude. Like, I can't stand the AI bullshit. Maybe we'll just don't double buffer it for now. Just like don't do that. We could also try reading this out. If this proves to be too difficult. Because that is 100% guaranteed to be correct. But that would be more expensive because it would be 4 different reads. This would be great if this could just fucking work. Yeah, let's try not double buffering it and then see, I guess. Or not flooding it with other stuff, just so that we can see what is going on. Hard to debug something like this where it's like ping-ponging between the GPU and the CPU. I don't know what is going wrong. We got it to work before, I think. Yeah. Why does turning around do it? It doesn't make any fucking sense. God fucking damn it. I don't even see it creating new zero lists. I literally don't see it anywhere. So it must just create them at the beginning. No replacement found. New zero list. 2 at LOD 0. Right on top of the camera. What is LOD for? What is LOD for? What? 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 Okay. So we were emitting chunks at 4? That doesn't really make any sense. It appears like nearly every chunk is getting sent to the 0 list. Yeah, it's still happening. I don't know what no replacement found is. Yeah, everything gets sent to the 0 list except for one. 60, 60, 45, 45. This one didn't get sent. Is it always the last one? No, it's not. Negative 30. So all of this makes sense to be on the 0 list because this is very far under the ground. So that actually makes a lot of sense. Like this makes sense to me. I don't think ads work anymore. Like you can't just make an ad. Like ads piss people off nowadays. Like they gotta find a new method, I think. Here are every single one, but this is once again 30, 45, 45, 60. That's none of them are at 0, right? Everything at 0 stays. Like here everything at 0 stayed. So it makes sense. trying to think of like any way that this wouldn't. Let's just see if the centers, I don't know, maybe something is like going out of bounds or something like. Okay, so there we go. That's what we're trying. We're trying to explicitly only do it for parents now. Okay, that seems to work better. Obviously not great. There's the bugging out, obviously. Flashing. Okay, and now we're out of chunks. Okay, interesting. All of that is completely... Okay. I wonder if... Oh, hold on a second. We need to, delete chunk hash. We never deleted the chunk hash. So we kept on, colliding with ourselves. I think that was the thing. So we kept on looking in the hash, finding ourselves, and then assuming that we were already done, when in fact we weren't already done with those chunks. We just had put them in a list. Okay, let's see how far we can go here.
What if you could create
Oh, the same thing
accounting
happened.
agents out of thin air? Supply chain agents with almost no effort, or employee guidance agents at zero cost.
Okay.
With Oracle AI Agent Studio, what?
Who, like, who are the ads for? Genuinely. Who are they for? So, I mean, I don't think it matters what the... Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, well that's my bad, I think. Okay, well that was my bad. I had a typo there. From something that we wrote this morning. I just didn't think twice about it. Let's see if it works now. I'm trying to figure out where I memset this. This needs to be memset at the very, very beginning. I don't know if that's gonna fix it, but might as well just give it a shot. It seems like we are running out of chunks, which means that we probably aren't freeing chunks properly. So I think that might help us out. Okay, this feels different. Okay, we're back to working now. The flashing is annoying, but that's another issue, I think. Okay. I think the free list is working now. Or not the free list, the... It feels slow as fuck. But we do have more chunks in the distance now. Okay. The reason why we're probably taking so long is because we have to loop through the entire thing. We can hash it. Our time actually went up from doing that because we can hash it, but our actual frame time should go, well, no, it's not. I mean, it's mainly so that we can actually see far. But yeah. Yeah, we could hash it in a separate hash list. I don't know how to do 2 concurrent hashes with UThash though. I'm pretty sure you can do it not that complex, but for the hash for that though, we need it to be separate because we need the key to actually have the LOD inside of it. We should try to figure out what that what the flashing is about, because I don't think that has anything to do with the free list. I have no clue what that's about. I want to make sure it's not this within frustum check. I want to make sure it's not the child thing either. Okay, it seems like that's what it was, because now it's not. Okay, it seems to be alright now. Like if we had a little bit bigger world scale, and we faded out the background a bit more, I think like it could be really convincing actually at this point.
Welcome to Minecraft Live.
What the fuck is that?
Try new Little Caesars 4-in-1 sticks with 16 deliciously shareable sticks. There are 16 reasons to try. Reason 1, they're perfect for
Like who genuinely like gets an ad for Little Caesars and is like, ah, I could go for some Little Caesars right now? Is that like actually like how brain damaged the world is? That's how easy it is? I feel like that ended a long time ago now. Yeah, the collision is a bit scuffed now. Definitely a bit scuffed. Yeah. Okay, so a couple of things we can work on. We can make the zero list a hash, which might be kind of a pain in the ass, to be completely honest. The good thing is that the zero list, we don't have to do any helper functions for it or anything, because we only add to it at 1 point, and we only retrieve from it at 1 point, so it would be fairly easy to do it, right? You just have to do the whole UT hash thing with this as well, right? And so this it would just be the key. It would just have the key. So let's just do this before we get carried away with something else. So this is going to have an int x, y, z, load. And now this just becomes 0 key, and then you get the UT hash handle HH. And that's literally it. It just is the key. Okay, so first of all, we have to allocate it, right? The annoying thing is that we want a maximum size is the problem. We need a maximum size of the hash. I don't want to have an infinite hash. Is there a max size replace? Can I just... Yeah, I know, but like... I don't want to just clear it after a certain amount of things. I know that I can replace it. Is there like a way to do that and delete old items as needed. Okay, but how do I delete? Okay, let's see. Delete old items. Delete old items. How do I delete by age? Okay, so okay, so I should just iter over it and then do that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just iter over it and like we'll have a lifetime, I guess. But then how do I figure out the age? Like I could track how far the camera moves from a certain position, and if it moves like 20 or like, you know, 20 chunks, then just delete everything. Yeah, I think age is cheaper because I don't want to like calculate distance to the camera every single time. I'd rather just do age. But age has no guarantee on like I don't want to like just leak memory. That's the problem. This gets run every frame. So I love supporting artists with ads, right? But I don't love not exactly thrilled about it in this particular. Okay. So we could just have like iter over it like here, and then everything that's old. Like we could have a generation system, right? And then just increase that every time. Yeah, let's try it. Also, I've just realized now that I didn't follow their... Oh, it doesn't matter because I fill everything up anyway. So Z generation equals generation ID. Z key will equal and then LOD. Okay. So that's center. Alright, so we get rid of this now, and we just do hash add HH. We need a to put them in and make the best streams to watch while I'm working on my own little projects. Inspire me to learn much more and build bigger things. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. I don't know. It always makes me feel good to know that I guess that it has some sort of purpose to somebody, so I appreciate that. Thanks. So this is zero hash table. I don't remember what the rest of the macro is. Key field name is the field of the names that's key. And then we have the key len, which is the size of 0 key. And we have the item pointer, which is going to be z. So that's that. And then we can increase zeroless count. Maybe when we hit max zeroless, that's when we free old stuff. Maybe after it hits a certain amount, then we reset it to 0, and then we do the hash iter. HH 0 hash table, and I don't know what the rest of the macro is. Item pointer and temporary item pointer. What does item pointer do? What does the item pointer do? S and temp. Okay, so so temp is okay. Okay, so you don't actually, so it's fine. So we just want a 0 as temp. Do I have to put that there? Oh, I didn't put a pointer. Duh. Why doesn't that work? Oh. Oh, okay. That's why. So now we're just gonna iterate through them, and let's say if s generation is less than our current generation ID minus some value, I'm just gonna define it as max generation diff. I'm just gonna have it at 20, because you gotta think these generations are increasing every frame. Yeah, that's gonna get rid of everything. The tricky thing is, since we're increasing everything by frame, we don't actually, like, I don't want to get rid of all of the zero lists at once, because it might cause lag. Because there's a potential of it basically deleting everything that's near the player. So maybe generation difference isn't the only thing that we should be doing. Maybe we should also check how far it is from the player. That's a lot of things, but once again, this only gets ran once a frame. So then let's not only check generation difference, let's also check the space, which is expensive. It's not what I wanted to do, but skey dot so let's get an IVEC3 center, and let's extrapolate it from the key. Let us get it from the key, and then let's just find the distance to the center. So let's go get a distance equals IVEC3 dist between the center and the cam pause, which we didn't get before this. We need to put this up here. Okay, and if this is greater than chunk radius times max or times chunk world size, which means that we're outside of our current radius of rendering, then we can free it. So we'll free, we will hash del 0 hash table s, and then we free s. And I think that temp is just there for really no reason. It's just something internally for them. I think I'm also supposed to mem set everything to 0 when I do it. Oh, AHH equals HH. Yeah, so I should just set that to that HH. Where was that? I don't know if that's how it works, but I don't know. Okay. So we have some obvious issues here. We need to, instead of doing this, we just have a 0 entry pointer z equals null, and then we hash find hh 0 hash table. And what else is in there? We need to do what is in here? Hash find. We need the key pointer. Key pointer. Oh, right. We need a key. 0 key. This is XYZ, so yo, what's up, Max? Job data and the LOD. Fuck off. God damn it. And so we will put the K there, and the key length will be the size of and the item pointer will be Z, Why are we? Oh. If Z, then we want to execute the middle code. And that's that. Hopefully that works and we don't like have a memory leak, and then because this is run so often, it's very easy to like leak memory and just break your computer here, which sucks, obviously. But I think that this should be good enough. I haven't used this hash iter before though. And what is our max zero list? 1000. Okay, we want to put that up to 10,000 now. Okay, let's see. Not gonna lie, not like absolutely like thrilled with the performance. Just gonna be completely honest. It's not like, you know, 100% like the greatest thing I've ever experienced, to be honest, but okay, but mesh is low. So mesh is down to 2.5 again, and it was at 5 before. It's still at 5. Depending on if it needs to create stuff. This is sometimes 4, yeah, 4 or 5. Yeah, it's a lot of iterating that goes on there because there's a lot of jobs. It's a lot of jobs. I think what definitely helped was us just getting rid of doing this again will probably get us back down really low. So that I commented that out just for correctness, but now we can just do that again and that's fine. That is absolutely fine. Yeah, so we're down to 16 on the swap. I mean, there's some outliers, like right here, but I'm convinced that if this goes down, then that's fine. With that code that I just commented back in, that's probably going to be fine. Now I want to. Obviously, this isn't working as well as it needs to. It feels really bad, and so I don't really know how to make it better. But we're gonna have to test some stuff out, I think, because we can't have that being like that. It's one of those two things that I set lower that is causing the collision to be kind of insufferable. I may have to just like tear them open later. I didn't go to college. I went to college, but not for this. You know, I went for music and literature. I learned to program in Java in high school. But Yeah, I mean, like, personally, I think the best way to learn is to just do projects, you know? So, I think that's what I'd recommend, is to just, the best way to learn is to look stuff up as you go along. Like, because if you learn, like, doing, like, a tutorial or whatever, it's not really gonna stick because you're just copying somebody else's thing. But if you have, like, a goal and you just, like, set out to do that goal, then it's I think that's a good way to go about it, because then it kind of sticks, right? Because then you have specific things to look up, like, how do I allocate memory here, or whatever, you know. It helps. From music to and literature to coding, like, this is crazy. I guess, I mean, I don't know. I had like an episode, and then, you know, I was forced to kind of like isolate for a very long period of time, and so I started coding again, you know. So it's just a lot of time that I spent alone. But I mean, at the cost of that, I mean, I think I got good at programming, or at least semi-good. Yeah, I think, like, if we had, like, fog in the background, it would be able to, like, you know, the chunk loading would be less obvious. It is pretty cool to have this, and then you can see everything happen in real time. It's pretty cool. The weird thing is the no replacement found is kind of worrying. It's kind of worrying. No replacement found. And yeah, I agree with the art thing. Like, the type of programming I do is closer to art than I think engineering. At least that's the way I treat it. Of course, I, like, really optimize the shit out of my code, but some grass? Yeah. I definitely want to do foliage, but I need to, like, set aside a day to do it. I just wanted to work on optimizing things and implementing the hashing stuff. No replacement found is kind of worrying. Not gonna lie. Oh, no replacement found is... Oh, it's actually in replace chunk hash, where we don't find a replacement. Interesting. I don't know how... Oh yeah, this probably is no replacement found for if we're just adding, yeah. Yeah. So that's probably fine. That's probably fine, yeah. We're not running out of space. So yeah, 5 for the mesh is pretty hefty still. 5 and 5. It's not really what you want to see. But how much, like, let's see the breakdown for the, so it looks like mesh is 4, but it's not big loop or execute really. So I wonder where the extra time is getting spent. Like, big loop, execute, and start don't add up to mesh. Huh. So I probably am missing a timer around some specific thing. Like, where does our timer end for start? Here. Oh. Oh, so I don't have... Oh, so I got rid of big loop over here, so that's why. So probably everything is still in big loop. That's probably a problem still. Yeah, I think just this amount of iteration is a lot in a cube every frame. So I probably just have to think about like a smarter way to iterate over this stuff, because really you can think of this like we're looping over the entire like diameter like cube every frame, right? So that's like, this is 21 by 21 by 21, so that's massive. Even if we don't do a ton of work in each one, it still is, it's a large amount of iteration, right? We could actually check here. We could actually like check here to see if the chunk is 0. Alright, peace out, Luca. Hope you thanks. Yeah, have a nice night, man. Yeah, I'm not really thrilled with the performance. I think I might have to take a look at this and like, it's important for me to iterate over it, because if the camera turns around, for example, it needs to populate. Pray for me because I'm on call this week. Okay, will do. Good luck. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. Just thinking about how I should optimize this. I mean, I've already done so much optimizing today, but yeah. This iteration just can't be like a hard iteration like this. It has to be, we have to be iterating over the frustum. Like we shouldn't be just doing this. We should only be iterating over what is inside of the frustum. I don't really know how to do that, to be honest. Just go from min to max. Just go through all of the planes, get the, if the plane is greater than 0. Yeah, I might have to, because it's based on distance, right, as well. It's based on distance, so yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. How do I get view? I guess, yeah. It's hard. Yeah, you could get near and far plane, right? And then transform to world space. It would be hard though. I'll take a look at it later. I don't know. That sounds like complicated to me. Way more complicated than I can really work on right now. But anyway, we got the thing with the distance at least. It's just that sometimes we're missing the swap. But a big part of that also is this extra time on the frame. That's because we're just rendering more chunks than we were previously, so it's not like that much that I can do about that. We also we're rendering children as well for no reason, and we also weren't skipping on if it wasn't on the frustum, so there's also that. Before I end up having to get dinner, some really simple cool things that I can get done are we can put inside of the param SSBO with the planet parameters, we can put the sun's direction, which will be pretty fun, I think. So we can just do vec4 sunder, very simple here, and then this will we can just like put this in the UI so that we can change the direction of the sun in real time. So that's cool. So let's do that. That should be relatively easy for us to do. We obviously need to take it into this, since this is going to be doing the light, so we need to obviously put that into there. The problem is that this is like so much code that needs to go into there, which is really unfortunate. But that's alright. And so we'll go down here and we'll just use, instead we'll use sunder. We have to actually put it into the thing, right? So vec4 sunder. Of course we can make it so that we can have multiple suns later or whatever, but for now I just want to have one sunder. Also we're gonna of course need the sun color. There we go. What does that sound? Weird. Is that a bird? What the hell? Weird sound. That was negated for a reason. I forgot the reason now, but hopefully that's fine. Also, we can't just, yeah, so I have to take this and then put it into the thing. But yeah. Let's try not to mess this up. Okay, so sunder, sun color. We want to go into our initialization, and we need to where we upload this, and we need to set it up. So this is going to be the sunder. Of course, we're using vec4s so that we don't have to deal with any alignment BS. Oh, this is a vec4, of course. Okay, so that's that setup. Now I have to remember everywhere else we had. Hopefully, it's actually no other shader that we had planet data inside of. I don't think that it was any other shader other than this. So okay, so that should just work. Now let's just make sure that I think this sun color is expected to be a RGB, so let's just do that. Okay, now really quick before we actually implement it in the UI, let's just make sure that it compiles and works fine, and then we can put it into the menu It should be relatively easy. It's just 3 floats that we have to put at the top. Of course, we also have to upload the parameter to the SSBO, which is kind of annoying. Oh yeah, all of our offsets are also going to be off. Okay, well, it seems to compile fine and work fine. But our offsets are all going to be off for all of this, which is very unfortunate because of all the offsets for the good thing is that everything is using offset of, so hopefully it's fine. I think everything should theoretically work fine. Alright, peace out, Max. Peace out. So let's just do, because this offset isn't even being used here. So we just want to set up a new thing here at the top for 3. And I'm just going to set just an XYZ up here. We don't need any of this. We don't need any of that, because it's just going to be the ID for the sun. I also just want to get an NK label here, just to say that this is the sun, sundir, and we'll say sun X. It's kind of the pain that we have to do this, but whatever. Sun Y, sun Z, and we just want to do that all the way down. Y, or for Z, for Y, for Y. Then we obviously want to set the sundir, and then we will upload it just like anything else. And so our offset will equal the offset of in planet data, we want the offset of sundir, and so that will work fine. And we obviously need to also initialize it to sundir.x. Okay, that's fairly easy. And now we also want to do the color while we're here, which shouldn't be that difficult. We need to set right after it. The offset wants to be the sun color, and we want to set the, we want it to be 1 with that. We'll name it sun color, and then we want a row dynamic of 3 after it, and then to iterate down just like we did with the dir, this. Okay, now obviously I'm just going to make it 1. I'm just going to make all of this 1. Or we can also do a color picker soon. I'm not gonna set that up right now. That's kind of painful, to be honest, to set that up. if I remember correctly, so I'll do that tomorrow. Okay, and we want all of the sun dura to be sun color, so sun dur, sun color. Okay, and this actually should just work if I did things properly. Yeah, this should work theoretically. Alright, let's give it a shot from just my offset bounds. So obviously 0.0f, and this needs to be 0.05f. Yeah, I should have done that before now. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Okay. Okay, this will take a second, and then we'll see it, and then we will wrap up, I guess. I planned to get this done at the beginning of today, but then I forgot it. So, you want this to be max of 1. Max of 1. Also, this isn't going to normalize it, but our code itself should normalize it. So, also we want this to be -1. I don't know what I'm doing. Something that I actually really dislike about nuclear is that, as far as I know, you can't specify how many decimals you want to show on UI widgets. So for things with really important precision, it's kind of really bad, which obviously this is included in that. Okay, last one. All right. All right, show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Alright. I'm probably gonna take a break or leave after this. Probably leave, and then I might come back, kind of debating on it. Alright. So let's give it a shot with the okay, so that is working. We are changing the sun's color. All right, so the sun is now you can play with it. Of course, the skybox isn't going to reflect it. But obviously we can make it dark now. But yeah, the skybox won't reflect anything. But obviously we put the Z really low. Alright, that's pretty cool. Yeah, this is obviously like a low light sort of scenario. Obviously the skybox, we need to like have skybox control, I guess, for it to, you know, for it to actually feel correct, I guess. But the shadows work, like the direction is pretty solid. Like obviously the light is coming from this direction and you can kind of feel that. Or is it from this direction? It's kind of hard to tell. Alright. What time is it? 8-ish. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know why the flickering is happening with the chunks. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. It was cool to see someone face the chess engine today. That was like my favorite part of the stream. That was like my favorite part of the stream. So obviously the light dur you can play with. And the light color now, which is cool. Just that you can make it things completely dark. Like this is lights right up ahead. This is like light isn't anymore. I'm trying to see the shadows change. I think it might be easier to see it from right up ahead. Like if we go from right up ahead and then change the direction. Yeah, so that's facing away from us. Maybe I don't know how vectors work. Also the chunks disappearing is kind of do get worried about it. It's how we're detecting children. We're sometimes just not detecting it correctly anyway. Yeah, so that's facing the other direction, obviously. I don't know why it makes everything sort of dark, though. I wish I could get the bee hopping correct. The bee hopping does not feel correct. The bee hopping does not feel correct. I tried to get it working. I really tried to replicate the feeling, but anyway, gotta figure out how to control the skybox. I don't know. I don't know if just like tinting the color is really going to work. I don't know what that would look like. But we could give it a shot. There was a bit of lag there at the end. It doesn't say that there was. Oh, here it is. 31. 31 on this frame. (20 millisecond frame time for rendering it. 20 milliseconds. Wow. 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 Yeah, no clue. 20 milliseconds. Milliseconds. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we should stop doing that. That's like what I think personally. I think we should stop doing that and then just like keep it negative. That's probably good. Where is the thing? Oh, it's in here. Just start at negative. Let's chill. Yeah, so child continue is what's, or no, it's probably the within frustum check. So let's test that. If the deleting, I think that's what we decided it was earlier. Yeah. I don't know what else to work on here. If I come up with some more ideas and things to work on tonight, then I'll come back, but otherwise maybe not. I'm kind of at a crossroads with it where I don't really know what I need to do, to be honest. Kind of need some ideas. Like fogging off the distance, something like that with LODs. Like, I'm not sure, you know. I'm not really sure. In terms of like making planets, I'm not really sure what to do. So that appears to have solved the flickering. No, yeah. Still is that flickering sometimes. Yeah. Yep. What the hell is that about? Our collision appears to be slightly off also right now. It's always something. This is off by 0.5. It's all off slightly. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what to do about that. The fuck? Well, that's kind of shitty. That's kind of shitty indeed. I wonder if there's some funky padding thing going on here with this struct. No, shouldn't be, but often SSBOs are shit, so that happens very often, what you'll find. I don't know. Thunder, sun color. Yeah, I mean, the struct is surely correct. And everything is padding. So there's really no reason for it to be off. But I'm guaranteeing you that it's off because it's seeing this FPM frequency and amp is not being correct or some shit. Something I want to test though with it is if we just don't display the menu, if it happens, because it might be like setting it up or something. Like if I don't display the menu, are we still off? Oh, actually here's what we should do. Instead of doing that, I just had an idea. It might be that our wrapping for our here, it might be this actually. It might be that. I think that's probably what it is. It's probably that. What that does is that it was how I was testing out coordinates for wrapping for noise, but it's possible that it's completely unnecessary. In fact, that's what I believe. It's completely unnecessary. Yeah, so I don't know what. So now let's just see if we can go very far to 512. In fact, mine was at 1000 last time, so I'm gonna go to 1000. Okay, so that's far enough. And now let's see. Okay, so the collision feels pretty rocky, but definitely better than it was. Yeah, this still goes in here. Okay, so we have some problem there. We have some problem when we go past a certain amount, we're out of sync. Okay, so a little bit of testing. We can go here. We can do no FBM and then see if it happens without FBM. It happens without FBM, yeah. So that is slightly off. This is off, yeah. So yeah, it's how we're sampling the texture. It's just slightly off. Actually, I mean, it's so convincingly close, but in certain spots it's just obviously off. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. It is pretty hard to tell. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just the collision itself that's wrong. I don't know. Because now this feels okay. So maybe it had nothing to do with that. I was figuring that since we had flown a long way from origin, that then the texture sampling at some point just becomes wrong. It's like some minor difference starts accumulating. But I don't know. This feels correct, actually, now that it's just the texture being sampled. Yeah, it just feels perfectly fine. But with FBM it's not. And FBM is the thing, by the way. FBM is the thing that you know, is done both on the CPU and the GPU. But yeah, us going through there, it's pretty bad, obviously. Yeah, maybe that all this fucking with the collision is just bad. So I may have to go through and test things out again. I don't know. Not really sure. Anyway, I'll play with it more and try and figure out what's next. Peace out.